Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening and welcome to the World Tour Racing Club 12 Hours de Spa-Francorchamps Edition 2. That's right, it's the second edition of the World Tour Racing Club's very successful 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. We had so much fun last time, we thought, let's do it all over again. 12 hours of racing, 4 3-hour sprints. That's what we learned last time. It wasn't a 3-hour endurance race for every stint. It was 4 3-hour sprints to determine a winner after 12 long hours. The race will be hosted by the World Tour Racing Club and proudly presented here on YouTube. The official tyre supplier of the World Tour Racing Club 12 Hours of Spa is Hankook, and we thank them for their involvement. Well, it was an incredible race last time out. I was very lucky to commentate the first 6 hours of it, and it flew past because the action on track was absolutely fantastic. We have many returning teams. We have a few new drivers. I think we have a few renamed drivers, just make it a little bit more interesting for us, as I believe Evotropic has a new name as part of one of the contenders of the last event. So, before we kick things off, I'm your host for the first stint. I am StigsTC from Australia, the only one in that part of the world, seemingly, in this room at this moment, so hopefully there's not too much lag, and we can enjoy a nice, smooth race, just like last time. I think over the entire 12-hour event, we finished inside 15 minutes, and that includes all the extra time running over to finish each race. So it was a very, very good run last time out. Before we talk about all the teams, the drivers, the returning drivers, the new drivers, people looking for redemption, people potentially looking to improve, those looking to defend their titles and their success, let's take a look at the track itself. Now, the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, 7 kilometers long of just crazy mountainous racetrack as we exit the pits here. Now, this is where the old start-finish straight used to be. And luckily for us, we've moved it to a worse spot for more chaos at turn 1. But now the famous Eau Rouge, flat out. Maybe not in later on when the tyres are wearing out, but it should be flat. Radion. Now up the Camel Straight. Long straight. Very good opportunity to slipstream and make passes here. This will see a lot of work into the Lake Coombe chicane. Braking just past the 100 metres, down to about 3rd gear, maybe 2nd gear, dancing on the way in, stay narrow through the second part, get it back across for Malmedy, touch the apex, right out wide, using all the road, coming down into the Bruxelles hairpin, braking just before the curb. Now you've got to stay nice and narrow here, all the way around, because you'll lose time. I'm using all the road, getting it back across for what was no name, now has a name, but I'm still calling it no name, using all the exit curbing. Down the hill to one of the most famous corners on the track, Pouon, braking at an unknown point because I don't know, turning in, throttle on, oh, a bit of understeer there, don't hit the green stuff will kill you. 2-part corner here, the second part sets up by the first part, now into Piff Paff, a very challenging braking zone, very easy to get it wrong, touch the bollards and everything can go horribly wrong for you, whether it be flying into the air, understeering or losing 20 km out. The green stuff in the exit, also dangerous. Now the final corner of the second sector, very tough to get right and lots of time can be lost here. Now this corner here is Stavelot, should be flat, but I'm not driving very well. And we go on the run, up the back straight, all the way up to Blanchimont. Now that will be flat even with tyre wear, but it's always a sketchy corner. Trying to go too wide there will be interesting. Got to take a little bit room on the outside, and get a clean run. Now the hardest corner on the track, the formerly bus stop, still bus stop, chicane, but it's actually 2 hairpins back to back. You've got to get right across to get a good exit out of the last part of this corner. Try and get on the power cleanly, don't touch the green stuff, and that's how you finish the lap. And now the first corner on the track is La Source. It is a very challenging corner because it'll cost you time all the way down the hill to Eau Rouge and up the hill towards the Camel Straight. this is going to be about a 2-minute and 16-second lap. I think the lap record was 2 minutes 14 last time out, so we're expecting 2:14, 2:15 in qualifying. And that's what happens when you get it wrong. You touch the curb there, you run wide, and you'll get a penalty. Track limits are going to be critical. If you run wide, you will lose heaps of time. And reminder, drivers are required to clear penalties before the end of the lap. So, that's one of the few of many, many challenges between managing tyre wear, managing fuel, managing your own racecraft, managing the traffic. Because reminder, each stint starts in the order it finished, regardless if your better driver was in the car or not. So you could go from having the fastest guy on track, and then he has to suddenly fight. The next driver has to fight to try and stay ahead as everyone else is trying to get back ahead as their good driver potentially comes in. It is a complicated track. You'd think 7 kilometers, you have a lot of time to relax, but the reality is you get 2 opportunities to potentially take a breather, have a quick drink, but for the most part, it is actually a very involved circuit. You can lose a lot of time at many, many corners. This one being one, there you go, a bit of rear locking. So setup's not particularly good out here, but that's one of the things you have to deal with. If your setup isn't particularly great, you have to deal with it for 3 hours, then you can make a little bit of a change between your first and second stint. So I believe it'll be the same as last time, where we have the first driver taking stints 1 and 3, and the second driver's taking stint 2 and 4. So 2 drivers per team, and each driver gets 2 digs at this race. And sometimes you think, oh, I don't want to do another one. Other times you're like, I need to get back on track and I need to fix the mistakes I made the first time around. Got to clear the penalty, and the penalties refuse to clear in corners, by the way. So, that is a look at the track that we will be spending around for 12 hours. But now, let's have a look at the teams and the drivers in no particular order, because we don't really have control over which person we are looking at. Ooh. Well, actually, that works quite well. First up, oops, we have GTSV Randy Moore of the GTSV Racing team. Now, they are, of course, the defending champions, winners last time out. GTSV Randy Moore, the first driver in this team, and the second driver will be GTSV Vega. They were incredibly successful last time out, incredible raw pace, fastest lap in the first stint, fastest lap in the faster lap in the third stint. They looked the team to beat. They could have been beaten, but they were able to put the race together over 12 hours. The second car, apologies, they're driving the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, same as last time. The second car to look at is KWE Dodo 33. And KWE is, of course, the Carthol Whitlake Esports team. I believe this is the first and only Carthol with this is Carthol Whitlake Esport number 1, with Carthol Whitlake Esports number 2 in a different car. Just like last time, they've brought 2 teams to the to this race, and Dodo is running the car number 1. Did I get the results right, or have I lost my mind? Oh, I did it wrong, sorry. It was Carthol who are defending champions. I apologise. GTSV were the people who had the pace but did not get the win. I'm very sorry to Carthol, because they did a fantastic job. I was looking at the hour 3 results, not the hour 12 results. I'm very sorry. So they were not the quickest team on track. They were the most consistent. They got the job done in the strategy, not making mistakes. They did run a different strategy to the GTSB team. They ran longer. So that's why they are now running the car number 1 as defending champions. I apologise for that mistake. And I believe it is the same team with XX Evotropic XX and CHRR1RN12, which I could not pronounce, and I was very happy that I didn't have to. But I believe Evotropic is now KWE Dodo 33. So Carthol Whitlake looking to defend their title as winners of the previous race. So the two protagonists of the previous race, the first two cars in pit lane, which is very convenient. Now, the second KWE car, which is the Cathal Whitlake Esports number 2 with KWE Mountain King at the wheel, he will be teaming up with KWE Her Grewe in the number 89. Again, they've both gone for the Corvette. So interestingly, only one team picked the Corvette last time out, and it was not particularly quick, as I recall. Or no one picked the Corvette, apologies. I was thinking of Lexus. The Mercedes-Benz was the most consistent car, and the Aston was the fastest car on track. So seeing the KWE guys going to Corvette will be interesting because we have no data on this car in this race. Reminder, tyre wear and fuel consumption are on 2 times during the race. In qualifying, we'll have 0 times fuel, 2 times tyres. So we will see very quick lap times and maybe a couple of pit stops to get fresh tyres in the 15-minute qualifying session. Maybe if I stop being silly, I can do the thing where I want. No, I can't do the thing I want. Oh well. Next up, we have THG Sonam 8246, better known as THG Sonam, and he is racing for THG, the Humble Guys Racing, in a Mercedes AMG, the car number 55. Sonam was not present, I don't believe, in the first edition of this race, with the THG drivers occupying 3 different cars, but ultimately Sonam was not one of them. So a new recruit to the Humble Guys team, who were able to come home in 4th place last time. And the second driver in this car will be TSO40, who I believe set the fastest lap in one of the stints, in either stints 2 or 4, I'm not sure. But he had a great drive in his first outing in this event, and I believe he was in the Mercedes as well. So they're returning with a slightly different roster. Now we look at the 5th car, and it is Donardi F1, another returning driver for this event with the Sports Car Worldwide team. His teammate is Baker 1983, which is a different teammate for him as well, but also a different car. Last time out, Sports Car Worldwide used the Lexus RCF GT3, and after struggling with pace in that car, and I suspect it was the car on the BOP more than it was the drivers, they have now changed to the Jaguar F-Type, which will be a fascinating thing because, once again, a new car to the race. We have not seen this car race in the World Tour Racing Club 12 hours of Spa. I wish it was 24 hours. We would still be going from last time. So they were able to finish 10th last time and will be looking to move up the order with this event, hopefully on the back of a car change, slightly new teammates, and more practice time since the last event. The next car is Groot 1407, not to be confused with AXR Groot, who is also British and also named Groot. I believe the Groot entry, not the AXR Groot, is a new entry with the WEC Fans Forum, so the World Endurance Championship Fans Forum, and we are very happy to see them. I'm not sure if they're related to the Sports Car Worldwide team. However, they are running the Porsche, the number 58. Groot 1407 will be teaming up with Yellow Sausages, which is kind of thankful we don't have many yellow sausage curbs at this track because they are diabolical. So if his name is anything like his performance, watch out for Yellow Sausages. Oh, it's a Daily Sports Car sponsored car. Excellent. I'm very much a fan of that. Next on the list, we have SDM Splash. That is Speed Demon Motorsports Splash, who has done a lot of racing in a lot of places. Very talented driver, but I'm not sure who he is driving for because I am lost. It would appear that he is Nope, not on the register. So he must be replacing someone last minute. And I would guess that would be an AXR car. I can't see which... Oops, wrong button. It's the AXR. Yes, so it is the AXR Corvette. I was able to work them on it eventually, and so that means he is in for AXR Groot, which means we will only have one Groot in this race, which is a bit of a surprise. So I'm assuming this is the number 11. I didn't catch the number because I was not looking careful enough. Yes, it is the 11. Okay, so a late change to the Aquapax Racing team, the AXR team, with AXR Groot no longer taking Stint 1. And, oh, of course, there we go. I've lost myself because I was looking at Driver 1. So Splash has been moved to the first stint, and Groot may have moved to the second stint. That is the change that is going on here. Splash... Alright, we are now down to THG Kevin 32 in an Aston Martin. THG Kevin 32 is operating with the THG Academy team. So the Humble guys have an academy for junior drivers to potentially vet them and work out who is ready for the big time, who wants to make the important races. So they have an academy car here with THG Corey GT35 and THG Kevin 32 in the Aston Martin. They'll be running car number 32. It appears that Kevin was originally slated for the second stint, and now Corey is in the second stint. After THG Kevin, we now have Simo 469, and he is representing the WEC FF, which I'm pretty sure is the World Endurance Championship Fan Forum's second car, based on it being a WEC FF. And he is pairing up with SCW Chicken 64. He is also in a brand new Jaguar F-Type. I believe Simo did race in the previous edition of the Spa 12 Hours presented by World Tour Racing Club, but I may be confusing myself with a different individual. So unfortunately we do not have the GCK team returning, who were one of the protagonists at the front of the field. We do have Aquapax returning, just not with two cars, it would seem, as I have lost Caliber, who was floating around somewhere. But NLR Caliber is in fact the second Aquapax Racing team driver. Now, Aquapax were semi-competitive last time. They had really strong midfield pace but didn't quite execute on it. However, with a late driver change, we have Caliber 50 in the car. Now, in the car number 67, he's paired up with AXR Liam. And from the recent events I've seen these two in, Caliber will absolutely be a contender in this first stint, and Aquapax may well end up on the podium this time around after finishing fifth and seventh last time out. So the Aquapax lineups of Groot, Liam, Thurso, Eclipse and Joker have become a very, very different Groot, Splash, Caliber and Liam. So I'm guessing AXR Liam is in fact Liam Thurso's new name. So we have one returning driver in each car. Now that I'm putting the dominoes, so putting the pieces together and getting 2 and 2 and finally ending up at 4 instead of 5. So... yep, I'm getting told the things that I have already worked out because I'm too slow in the various chats. Please let us know if we're doing anything wrong. Are we pronouncing your name wrong? Are we pronouncing your team wrong? Hopefully you can correct us and we can make it work. So, THG Mike 65 in the M6. I'm not sure he's on my roster because I have got an incomplete list by the look of things. Oh no, there it is, sorry. Speedstar. Team Speedstar. The last team we're coming through here with THG Mike 65 in the first stint and his teammate THG Dankert 77, who is a returning driver from the first stint. They are in car number 269 and I believe they were a late entry with vacancies that existed. I appear to have missed the VFE car, but I can't see it unfortunately. Ah, there's Caliber with the second Aquapax car. I think I was hearing that someone had a failure and were not going to make the start, unfortunately. And I've also been confirmed that the WEC FF and Sports Car World War teams are very much linked technically, so it will be fantastic to see a 3-car team taking on as we go green for practice. Qualifying will start in 15 minutes at 45 minutes past the hour as we ride with Caliber. Now this is just a good time. Everyone's been sitting around for the last half hour waiting for me to say what needed to be said about the World Tour Racing Club 12 Hours of Spa Edition 2. Whoa, little slide there from Caliber, cold tyres out of the pits. So it's not that easy to go up a Rouge Flat, and we'll see many people getting penalties there throughout the race, and even the best of them can struggle. So 260k an hour is about the top speed of the Mercedes. Oh, understeer there for Sonam, cold tyres, dirty air. That's going to be another thing to look out for. Trying to chase down your opponents. It's not just getting the benefits of slipstream, it's all the downsides of having to deal with dirty air, less front grip, less front downforce, the understeer that comes with it. Can you pick a different line? Can you stay within the critical 3/4 of a second to obtain slipstream, to try and make a move into one of the key slipstreaming and overtaking zones, being out of Stavelot, through Blanchimont into the bus stop, and out of La Source, the first corner, up the hill at Eau Rouge and Radion, down the Kemmel Straight into Les Combes. Well, defending champions, Cathal Whitlock Esports won. Fittingly, car number 1 as the number 1 KWE car. Mountain King returning as well in the second car. We are just basically waiting for qualifying to begin, but important. Now, interestingly, the KWE car pulling 6th gear very early, only using half the revs to get to their top speed. That's a fuel saving strategy. So the Corvette is already looking like an interesting and strong fuel car. So last time out, the tyre wear was more of a driving factor than the fuel, but the fuel did most certainly matter for the strategies that played out. We saw 40 and 30 minute stints, 45 and 30 minute stints playing out, with the higher fuel and tyre burning Astons doing 30 minute stints, and the lower burning tyre and fuel of the Mercedes AMG doing 45-minute stints, effectively cutting out 2 whole pit stops over the course of a 3-hour stint. And that may not sound like a lot, but ever since the game reintroduced the full pit stop delta times of the pit lane, whereby we no longer got instant transmission to the pit stop, we had to do the full pit lane delta. That now is coming out to something like a 40-second loss. Is something I believe what we saw last time out. So it's a big difference between taking a stop and not taking a stop. As we go on board with Kenry Dodo 33, sounds like a bit of understeer in the chassis at the moment. Looks like they're shifting nice and early. That's probably for power more than it is fuel, but it is definitely like that on the in 6th gear for fuel economy. So they're looking to stretch their strategy and make big inroads on the race by using strategy without really sacrificing speed. The Corvette is a very good car for that. It somewhat saves fuel automatically with the amount of torque it has and the way it makes its power. You can short shift it without losing too much speed and make up very big gains in the fuel department on the higher multipliers, but it's only 2 times here, so there could be some interesting strategies, and it could all just boil down to everyone learning from last time and extending the stints out. Good to see many people watching in. Thank you all for joining us from around the world, and we look forward to broadcasting all 12 hours of the race, 9 of which here on the World Tour Racing Club channel on YouTube. We have a different host for Stint 3, as I am unable to cover the 3rd stint, as that will be happening at about 3 a.m. until 6 a.m. And on the back of doing this one till about midnight, I'm quite happy going to sleep and staying there, even though the racing is fantastic. And it's already hotting up at the front. The three people we targeted as contenders: KW Dodo in the Carthor Look Like Esports 1 team, NLR Caliber in the Aquabax team, and GTSV Randy Moore for the GTSV team. All three of them within 0.3 of a second after the first lap in warm-up. Now, 3 cars, 3 teams, 3 totally different attitudes here. We've got the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Lovely sounding car. Fantastic performance last time out. Caliber in the Aston Martin, in the Mercedes AMG, the car we know that can make the fuel economy. We know it has the tyre life, so potentially differing strategies, we're not sure. And the complete unknown, that is the Corvette C7. Very talky car. In 4th so far, the other Aquapax car. We've got 2 Aquapax cars in the top 4. They'll be very happy with that after 1 warm-up lap. Strong lap times in qualifying. Hopefully qualifying is quicker than we were in the race. Last year, I believe we ran with fuel and tyre wear in qualifying, and the fastest lap in the race was miles faster than pole. And it was quite impressive how quick GTSV Randy Moore ran in the 2021 edition of the 12 Hours of Spa. Up ahead, but slightly behind, is THG Sonam for the Humble Guys. He will be looking to make inroads on that, knowing that an AMG can go quicker than this. He should be in and around where Caliber is to try and contend. He knows he's quick, but can he stay up with the top 3? That will be the big question. I genuinely see this being a sort of, this stint at least, being a 2-phased race where you've got the top 3 fighting it out and then the group fighting for 4th, with Sonam jumping to 4th and immediately being beaten by Splash, and Splash is only 0.4 off the front as the top 3 are covered by a 10th. It's incredible. This is what we want to see. A taste of what's coming. A 2.14.0 from Caliber straight away, and he's done. He's had enough. Or is he looking to change the car? Already looking at setup adjustments for qualifying. Brave move, because there is no change between qualifying and the race. It is a official Gran Turismo sanctioned qualifying session, and the race begins straight away after that. But then Randy Moore in second with a 2.14.111. Here's 0.102 behind, and a mere thousandth of a second is Carthol with like Esports number 1 with Dodo 33 in third. Splash is a 0.3 further back, meaning he is he's 4 off the lead, which is actually close enough to absolutely join the top 3 in the fight. So that will be huge if we can see a 4th car in that fight. Maybe he'll be able to stay with those top 3 for the first 20 minutes or so, which may allow him to pull away from the guys behind, like Sonam in the Humble Guys car. Donardi F1 here with the Sports Car Worldwide Jaguar F-Type. Now, he's a little bit further back early on, but a bit of traffic here. Still warm up. It doesn't matter. It's ultimately about just getting yourself dialed in and prepared for qualifying. He's going to have a great fight with KWE Mountain King, and I believe that was the fight last time out. Those guys were all over each other, having a fantastic battle. Now we see Mike here in the M6 also having a bit of a struggle, but he's very quick in Sector 2. I'm glad it allowed me to see the sector splits for him, because the M6, not particularly good down the straights. It always has struggled with top speed, but its high-speed cornering ability is fantastic. You can see here, he's in the slipstream and he's barely gaining anything at all. But his Sector 2 will be incredibly strong compared to the guys around him on that lap time, because the high-speed cornering of the M6 is fantastic. fantastic. It loves Puon. It loves Piff Paff. It's actually quite a big fan of the entirety of Sector 2. And people will see things in other series where the M6 is 6/10 up in the middle sector and they go, surely that's overpowered, surely that's broken. And then you see that it loses time in sectors 1 and 3 going down the straights, as once again Mike in the slipstream of Mountain King here, but unable to really make too much ground. He's getting a little bit more as the drag gets bigger, the slipstream gets stronger. He's just inching his way in, 270 kilometers an hour, but can't quite get there. But the Corvette goes deep, Mountain King runs wide, switch back for Mike, and he's got the job done, not quite. Oh, big slide. The M6, notoriously twitchy though on drive in the FIA competitions, and now he's gone deep. He's getting himself worked up before the race. A big slide, huge counter steer. Will he keep it out of the wall? Yes, damage is avoided. Anyway, that's a sampler for what's to come when you see racing like that. So Mike making a mistake there, trying a little bit too hard, but that's part of the racing. So the M6, not that quick. So interestingly enough to note though, that Corvette unassisted was doing about 265 kilometers an hour, and that'll be one to watch because it means he will have potentially an advantage over those Mercedes AMGs that were only doing just into the 260s. So if that top three is able to fight together, KWE may be able to stay in the slipstream and just save a bit of fuel, or potentially, when needed, make the overtake at a critical time to try and pull ahead of the guys around them, of the Aquapax and GTSV teams. Ah, I see Felipe MMN in the chat. GTSV driver from the first edition. He was, of course, IndyCar 888 and finished second last time out with Randy Moore. A bit of a shame to see him not teaming up once again with his successful teammate Randy Moore. It is now GTSV Vega, who I believe my brain is recognising. I don't know why. I think he was in the chat very vocally supporting Team GTSV last time out. So Kevin in the Aston Martin, needs to shift a little bit earlier than that, not burn all the fuel. He's only doing 250 odd k an hour here. That's not quick. I wonder if he's running downforce on the rear wing, but the tyre wear looks very light, so maybe they've set this Aston Martin up in a way that looks after the tyres to give it more range in the stints. We have Groot in the Porsche with the, I think it's the wet car. I gotta try and relearn everything because my brain's still defaulting to all the old information. We have, excuse me. It's the WEC fan forums. So we have WEC fan forums, WECFF, and the Sports Car Worldwide as different entities, and it will be a bit of a challenge as they're all in different liveries and different cars. There's the second, well, it's the same livery across two different cars. I apologise. That's the WEC-FF car of Simo 469, as we are now just 2 minutes away from qualifying, and that will be a 15-minute shootout. We're already getting told, don't use the third-person camera. It's fair enough. It's occasionally useful when you have to break up the spectator camera. And the onboards get a little bit dull very quickly. We have 3 hours to cover, so if I have been on the camera for too long, feel free to let me know, and I'll try and find a different one that works for the part of the race we are looking at. because of course sometimes that third-person camera is actually needed to see who's where and doing what, get that feel of who's making ground in a three-way fight up the Camel Straight, which, by the look of pace, we are going to get. Caliber pulling ahead this time. He's come out fresh tyres, had another go. It's now down to a 13.7. Dodo down to a 13.8. Still on his original set, so Carthol with Like Esports looking good for pole here. That's a huge moment to start before we even begin. And Randy Moore, 2/10 off. It looks like we are turning this into a 3-horse race. Whether or not Splash or Sonam can join that fight, we will find out. Alrighty, qualifying is begun. Oh, lovely view here. Gonna leave that. Alrighty, it's very important here in the first lap to keep the tyres in good condition, but also find a little bit of space, a bit of room to try and make your lap work. So we're seeing Caliber here making himself a huge chunk of room ahead of himself, but of course everyone will back up at the end of the lap, and we'll see everyone trying to make some space. You might see a few people getting a bit cheeky looking for slipstream, as I believe Kato Dodo is one of the last in the queue, and the first man in the queue is Randy Moore. So no mucking around from him, straight out, straight to the front, looking to try and get that pole lap on the very first time of asking. Alright, let's go on board with Randy Moore as he sets up, gets the wide entry out of the bus stop. Good exit, clean drive. And we start the lap. Braking just past the 100-meter board, gets it into the apex, back on the throttle, no wheel spin to speak of, could use more throttle. It's a good line. Aston, one of the quickest cars down the straight last time out. Well, he's in 6th gear before Eau Rouge. That's crazy. The lose is about 4k an hour because that's 6th gear. I wonder if that'll cause him a little bit of a drama when he's fighting other drivers. 250 k's an hour, lining up on the far outside. Bit of a wobble there, don't touch the grass. 258 only. Interesting. Very calm entry there, making sure to hit the apex. Hits the second one, gets it back across for Malmedy. Ooh, ran a little bit wide there, but makes it work. Down to Bruxelles. Lovely. Doesn't miss the apex. Gets it stopped and turned very nicely. Smooth. Oh, again, making it look very easy here on his first flying lap. Again, very smooth. Very, very smooth. Clean. Very quick through Pouon. Just piff-paff left. before the end of the second sector. Just gets it back for the late apex. That's probably the quickest way around that late apex, because it means you can carry more speed through the exit to set you up better for the second half. Now we go down towards Stavlo. It's going to be good. Ooh, a little bit of an understeer, but pulls off the lock and gets it to turn. I wonder if the Aston has found a little bit more rotation this time out to try and look after the tyres, and has cost itself a little bit of straight line speed. GTS V learning from the previous attempt. Randy Moore, unquestionably one of the quickest drivers last time. Just bus stop to go. Brakes nice and late. Ooh, uses the curb. Doesn't really stop the way he wants it to, but gets to the apex, gets to the second apex. A little wobble on first gear, second gear, third gear, and we are through with a 2:13.9. A little bit of wheel spin out of the bus stop. We'll be bringing back bad memories for Randy Moore with a mistake there in the race last time out, costing him, and more wheel spin. So this could be a theme for them. That was the mistake that cost them the lead last time out. But looking at the times, it's Caliber 7 thousandths of a second behind. I don't know if he got a slipstream from his teammate there in SDM Splash, but Splash is 5 tenths behind in third. Where is Dodo? There it is, a 13.688 pole position by 2 tenths after lap 1. There are still nearly 10 minutes remaining. So Caliber getting the slingshot from his teammate. Goes quicker in sector 1, but he misses the first part of Lecoum, and that's going to ruin his run. Great play by the Aquapax boys to try and slipstream their quicker car to try and take pole position, but unfortunately that mistake there is going to cost him. Simo late out of the pits there, getting a lap time in, nearly last of all, I believe. So the top 3, it's very surprising that the Cathal Whitlake Esport team went out very late. Interesting. Also narrow line on the way into Brooksdale. So different techniques, different styles. If he's working, it's working because he's very quick. That's a good moment though to try and make sure that everyone knows that Cathal, they won last time on strategy and consistency. They're here to win on pace this time, not just the strategy and consistency they showed. So be warned, everyone. We have a very quick car that executed very strongly last time out. Using the curb there, it's just not... I just don't think it's the right way to go about it, because the ABS cuts in, makes it very inconsistent on the brakes. So he's backed out to set up again. I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone pitting this or the next lap to make sure they get one last good flying attempt in. So, no improvement there, but Caliber with the slipstream on the previous lap. 4 tenths clear. That is purple by about 6 tenths in Sector 1. Managed to hang on in Sector 2 and again goes purple in the final sector in the AMG GT3. He is faster than everyone in a straight line, but I cannot see him beating that lap time without another slipstream this lap. And if he's... wow, they've got a very long gearbox here. They're running a 5-speed. And in clean air, it doesn't quite do 260 as he tows his teammate up the hill in SDM Splash for the second AXR car. Having a quick look at Splash's first sector there, he is green, which is a personal best, but was still 4 tenths slower, or 3.5 tenths slower than Caliber's incredible first sector. That 213.2, I cannot see anyone beating that without some assistance, some teamwork going on. Very incredible drive. Have a look at Randy Moore, who is, as far as I can tell, on a lap. His first 2 sectors were not that strong. Dodo is actually on a PB in the first sector, so hopefully he's still pushing in Sector 2 as he comes towards Pouan. little bit of under oversteer there, so it turned in, started oversteering, and then stopped rotating as well. And that's a little bit of a setup drama, but it's ultimately not going to be a problem in the race because with the fuel, the car will understeer, and I believe most cars deg front tyres first, so that won't be an issue that really hurts them in the race with oversteer generating understeer. They'll just have understeer. Ooh, runs a little bit wide there, uses the green stuff, it survives. He's up at the sector on himself, but only by 700ths. It won't be a PB in the middle sector, but he's still up with time to gain in the final sector. Splash does improve to 4th place with that slipstream from his teammate in Sector 1, but it's not enough to break into the top 3. Interesting line. And they're using 2nd gear, so I'm not sure if that's fuel save or just trying to look after the rears. It's a big wobble, keeps it straight to the line, doesn't improve, loses a 10th and a half in the final sector with that slide. And there it is, Caliber into the pits for fresh tyres. He'll be making one more run at the line with a nice 5 minutes to play. I believe I saw someone else coming out a bit lane there, and I've just lost who it was. It was Sonam for the Humble Guys racing team. He's in 6th right now, behind Donati, or 1.7 seconds off the lead. He will be disappointed with that because he should be up there fighting with Splash, but without a slipstream from his teammate, he might be in a bit of bother trying to get there. Donati, though, fantastic effort to put himself 5th right now, ahead of the chasing pack. He is the leader of the midfield, you'd say, with Splash sort of in between the top 3 and the rest of the group. Whether or not this trend continues in the second stint, we don't know because they're all completely different drivers. So the top 3 may not be the top 3 in the next stint. So the race is far from over if you're in 4th, 5th, even 8th at this stage. The second stint, it is all to play for. Brand new stint, same race, and it will be a long race where anything can happen. We could not see last time the GTS team being beaten. They were too quick. But small mistakes from Randy Moore and from Felipe saw them concede their lead and ultimately finish a minute and a half off the win. Oh, a bit run wide there for Donati. I believe that was Splash just staying out of the way on the side of the road there. And we'll go, yep, Randy Moore in. He will do one more lap, one flyer at the end. What will Dodo do? He is currently behind his teammate. I wonder if they're setting up to try and get a slipstream. Tyre looking much better than the AMG of the THG car we saw just a moment ago, and Splash still staying out of the way, doing a very good job of it. Much cleaner braking. Does he go for tyres? He does. He will get a... Oh, he's going to be tight actually with a pit stop. He'll have about 10 seconds to burn. He will be last man over the line at a guess as we go see Mountain King there while chasing Groot. A bit of red mist for him, and he's found another 10th. Oh, but runs wide, follows Groot out there. He's only 200ths behind THG Mike, who's also come in for tyres, improving with each lap as he gets further and further into this qualifying session. Simo struggling in the Jag, making a couple of mistakes there. Tyre wear at the front, very aggressive. I'm not sure if that's driver or car. It could be setup, it could be anything. I believe this is Caliber on his push lap. Sorry, I missed that one. We will go on board with Caliber in the 5-speed AMG. Now I wonder if that's a fuel saving measure where they can sit in the slipstream and pull 6th gear. But he's 5/10ths down after Sector 1 and he's backed it off. I wonder if that means he's going to wait for his teammate in Splash, who's on his outlap. They will hook up and he will try and give Splash a tow on the final lap, which is a shame we don't get to see Caliber going for one last hot lap. But we will... Why does it keep taking me out of the cockpit cam? That's frustrating. So we've got Dodo on an outlap, we've got Randy Moore on an outlap, Splash on an outlap, Donati still pushing after just narrowly missing. Oh, but this is another one, running wide, Stavlo. You can actually have a crash a long way up the road. He's not going to get any tyres, so he gets one more lap. He'll be one of the first people to cross to start their final lap and finish their final lap. Interesting choice. He's pulling over out of the way at the exit of Blanchimont. Hopefully that doesn't cause any dramas. Sonam, with his fresh tyres, this is his first flying lap on new tyres. He will get one more, so he will be in the group of people to finish their laps, including the man in third, Randy Moore, who will lead us home. He'll be the first man to complete his final flying lap. Can he make up 2/10 to catch K2E Dodo? Can he catch Caliber? I can't see it happening, but he's going to try. Sonam improves and moves to 5th. He beats Donati, but Randy Moore runs wide at the first corner at La Source, gets over the yellow sausage curb, hits the green AstroTurf, which may as well be green cobblestones. It is so bumpy, and he will have lost a lot of time. He's 2 or 3 tenths down before he even gets to Eau Rouge, and that will basically ruin his chances. Splash is now only 2 tenths behind Randy Moore. If Splash gets that tow from Caliber, that will be huge for them. Is it only 2 tenths down? Okay, not too bad. Mustn't have been a clean run out of La Source first time around. Randy Moore was going for a Sunday drive, according to his teammates last time out. I don't think that Sunday drive is going to happen again this time. He's got his work cut out with Dodo 33, formerly Evo Tropic, as well as NLR Caliber 50 for the Aquapax Racing team. Oh, big moment! Saves it. No, doesn't. It's all over. Qualifying is done for Randy Moore. Runs wide at No Name, touches the AstroTurf, and he's done. Splash has also had a mistake, and he is done himself. He's hit the wall, engine damage, warps to the pits. That's a shame. Dodo on a lap, I think. I'd say he's safe in second spot. Oh, the understeer. Oh, geez, only just makes it. We will go to the top of the queue and work our way backwards. K2E Mountain King, he's done. He's in 9th for the moment. If I can find it, don't know who it is. It's Sonam. He will be first man to cross. Tyres still okay with a 14.4 to his name. 3 tenths to Splash ahead. Will he get there? Oh, a little bit deep. Not quite hit the apex the way he wanted. Gets it turned, gets on the power, nice and clean. Only using second gear. Oh, pulls it across the road and ends up 3 tenths down. Randy Moore going slow. Caliber, oh, blocked heavily there. But it doesn't matter. He's not finishing a quick lap. Oh. There's Dodo also running wide. They're all getting tripped over each other and spins. And into the wall. We've got Kevin, THG Kevin, 2.4 seconds off, going into the pits, not sure why. Mike, the last man, I think, on a lap. It's an outlap, but he didn't make it to the line to start a fast one in time. And that is qualifying. Fastest for Aquapax Racing, NLR Caliber. Second for Carthol with Lake Esports, Dodo 33. Third for the GTS Racing team, it's Randy Moore. Fourth for Aquapax, still on a lap is Splash. He must have snuck one in, which is giving me time to go through the rest of the grid. It's an outlap though, so he's basically just extended qualifying for another 30 seconds, delaying the start for 3 minutes. Sonam for the Humble Guys Racing team is 5th. Donati F1 returning once again, looking far more positive this time out for the sports car worldwide. THG Kevin of the THG Academy. We have THG Mike in the Speed Star team. Carthol with Lake Esports number 2, Mountain King, only 200ths behind Mike in 9th place. Then we have Groot 1407 for the WEC Fan Forum in 11th place. Looking at the grid, we're already exhausted and 3 hours of racing hasn't even started, let alone 12. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And Simo there, bringing up the rear, but hopefully finishing out the race. Alright, it's a rolling start, so that less chaos can occur into the first corner of La Source. Probably one of the worst corners to start a race. And Caliber leading us away. His moment in the sun. Can he break Slipstream? Can Cuthall look like stay with him? Can GTSV stay with him? Looks like a very reasonable start. Nothing crazy going on as we just cycle backward through the pack. Gaps looking pretty large. It appears that there's not going to be much slipstreaming on lap 1, which is a bit of a disappointment, really. No one... There we go. All right, we have Mountain King in the Corvette. Able... Oh, for God's sake, getting destroyed by the game. Can't change cameras. Fun dramas here. All right, Mountain King pulls out on the M6 of THG Mike, and he will comfortably cruise on through. The Corvette is the car in the straight line, doing 262 kilometers an hour, but he goes deep, and this is the fight from earlier in warm-up. Mike tries the switchback, but Mountain King stronger this time, and is unable to fight back. Those two were only 200s apart in qualifying, so that will be their race all day long. Group hanging on to the back of them as they fight, trying to stay with them and potentially make up some ground as the stint goes on, potentially with mistakes from others. We go back to the lead, or not, go back to the lead as Caliber tries to break Dodo, and Dodo is hanging on at about 1 and a bit seconds. We'll see who makes ground in the straight. This is where we finally get to see who's got the pace in the straight, who's got the pace in sectors 1, 2, or 3. Caliber with the better exit, slightly edging away. The lack of gear shifts in this 5-speed, very long gearbox. But now the drag kicks in. The Corvette started to make ground there. Here we go. He's pulling in time, a couple of thousandths each interval. Realistically, it's only half a tenth, maybe 800ths at the end of it. 1/10 by the braking zone, but Caliber outbrakes him and puts all of that back into his advantage. And the lead, after one flying lap, is 1.4 seconds to Cuthall Lookalike Esports. And Randy Moore, last year, the fastest man on track, is now already 4 seconds off the pace. GTSV potentially slow start, looking after the car, looking after the tyres and fuel. We'll have to see if they have improved their fuel and tyre situation from last time, or if this is basically the same pace as they did last time and the same tyre wear, and they've got no answers in Stint 1. Splash there also hanging on. He's not far out. It's turning out into a group of 2 at the front and potentially a group of 2 for third. This is not what we were expecting from warm-up and qualifying, but fantastic to see Aquapax absolutely lighting this race up in first and fourth. Huge turnaround from them, from finishing 5th and 7th, or was it 5th and 8th last time out. They are now fighting at the front with the big guns here in Stint 1. They will be very proud. I know Groot is very, very happy with the way these guys have turned up. He's a very keen racer. Trying to work out why the keyboard isn't working, but I have to deal with these technical issues later. Right, back on with the leaders. The gap is still 1.4, so after the first lap, he's lost 2/10 from this time around last time. So this point last time around, however, over the lap, it is about the same pace. We'll get the first flying lap time this time by, and we shall compare it to the fastest laps from the previous race, which was a 214.2 in this stint last time out. And it's a 2:14.47 for Caliber and a 2:14.4 for Dodo. They are already only 4/10 off what was the quickest time of the entire race last year, which was a 14:148. Sorry, 3/10 off. And it's the first flying lap. This race has gone up another gear with Randy Moore only a 15.0. The hero last time out, he is being left behind. GTSV will be very, very worried seeing the incredible pace from the leaders. It looks like they've got a lot of rake on the car this time out, maybe too much. The pace from last time is not there, or maybe it's just Randy Moore looking after fuel, looking after tyres. We're going to have to check back in on that in about 10-15 minutes time to really see who's got the pace with the longevity, because it's all well and good being quick for 2 laps, but if the tyres wear out, if you burn all the fuel, that pace cannot last over a 3-hour endurance race. Reminder, guys, we're doing 45-minute stints. That is an extra 40 minutes from now to cut 2 pit stops out. In overall though, it's very quiet in the front of the field. Splash just hanging on. Sonam not quite able to hang on for the humble guys to try and stay with the Aquapacks and the top 3. Donardi also a huge improvement in this Jaguar. They will be ecstatic to see themselves up in 6th with the number 20 sports car worldwide returning for the 2nd edition. They have made huge ground, and I'm very happy to see they've moved on from the Lexus that was clearly holding them back last time out. Donardi putting in a fantastic drive. He's 5/10 up on himself. It's looking like a 15 for himself. He's now 4 seconds clear of KWE Mountain King, who earlier in the race overtook THG Mike in the Speedstars car, but the Speedstar car in the slipstream coming back towards Mountain King's Corvette, towards Blanchimont. It's down to 3/10. It'll be 2/10 before long. Will he have a dive into the bus stop? He feigns out to the left, but KWE covers. He takes the racing line and no pass there, but he goes a little bit deep. Again, Mike having the better run through the chicanes, trying to get the better exit. It looked clean. Let's have a look at the tyre wear. It looks a lot better on the M6. They both go towards the racing line. A bit late there from Mountain King, but it's okay, no contact. Again, good exit there. Mike with the run, using first gear. All right, this time, well in the slipstream. He should have a chance at the top of the hill if he just doesn't have to lip through Eau Rouge. Can he stay in behind him? Can he keep it on the track? Very easily keeps it on the track. They're wobbling all over the road. Mountain King looking to fend. Mike pulls out to the outside. KWE Mountain King blocking the inside. They're side by side into Lake Coombe. Can he stay there? Or will the Corvette pull back ahead? Not quite. They both break. Mike slightly later tries to go around the outside. It becomes the inside, but Mountain King almost comes back across for contact, but keeps ahead using the wide line. However, he runs wide at Malmedy. Will Mike get the run into Bruxelles? No, not quite. He hangs on. But, oh, Mountain King runs a bit deep, and so does Mike. Nearly hits him. They are nose to tail in Sector 2. Looked like almost a block into No Name. Mike with the better line. Mountain King runs wide. Oh, big wobble on the AstroTurf. Dangerous stuff. But he gets a track limit penalty. Now, Mike trying to almost throw him off into Pouon. Doesn't quite work. They're still nose to tail. Reminder, you have to clear penalties before the end of the lap, and you cannot overtake when you have one. The stewards will be reviewing any of those moments, and the penalties are apparently quite harsh. Ooh, cheeky little reduction of the penalty there, but it's not enough. He's going to have his work cut out for it if he wants to try and stay ahead of Mike here, with the THG Academy car of THG Mike also close enough behind that he might also get involved, with Group 1407 also within touching distance. Once again, up the back straight. He's a little bit further back here, Mike, but Mountain King serves the penalty, loses the spot, but stays critically within slipstreaming distance. Oh, not quite. He's got a little bit early there, and now he's a second back. Will he be able to catch Mike in the final corner and the first corner to try and get a slipstream? It appears that not quite. He's now 1.2 seconds off Mike. Will he be able to get a run though? And mistake here from Mike, and he will be in real trouble. He goes a bit deep, misses the apex. That's exactly what Mountain King needed. Mountain King makes a much better run. Huge gain in the middle of the corner, about 2/10. And now as they go down the hill, he will have much more straight line speed than the M6. If he can get into the slipstream, there is a chance that he will make the overtake. But for right now, it's not close enough. We'll have to check back in on that one and see if he can get any closer as the race goes on. Maybe one lap, maybe two. He just has to get back into that slipstream and the race is on. And Kevin not able to capitalise or get in the slipstream himself. But it's down to 9/10 between Mountain King and Mike. So it was 1.2 in the bus stop and it came down 4/10. Now it's down to slipstreaming range. Good lord, this is close. The racing is just too exciting. It keeps blowing my voice out. I did that last year when Randy Moore spun from the last corner, and it was brutal. My voice was ruined for a week, and we've only just started. We're only 10 minutes in. We've still got 11 hours and 50 minutes to go, and the racing's already turning it up. Now Mike looking to pull away here. It's the middle sector. He has to pull away here to try and keep Mountain King out of slipstreaming distance if he wants to try and stay ahead. Now Kevin, bit of red mist maybe, starting to make ground here on Mountain King. Mountain King potentially a mistake. It's down under 8/10. If he can get it into the 7.5/10 range, he can get slipstream and make inroads. He's gaining tiny fractions, but now losing them as we get further on in the straight. And it appears that the Corvette is the quickest car in a straight line as he makes huge ground on Mike, but won't quite do enough to get into the slipstream range, but it's now under a second. 2 seconds covering 7th through 9th, but Mountain King a little bit wide, turns in narrow. Yeah, made up ground in the middle, but lost it on the exit, and Kevin again making inroads. That's almost his fastest lap there, and he made ground. He overall gained on Mike, so this fight is most certainly not done as these three look to go head to head. Kevin's in slipstreaming range, and Mike getting a better run than Mountain King early in the straight. This... oh no, it's all gone wrong. This should be a chance for the THG Academy car. Oop. And it's 2/10. He pulls out. Pulls back in, sensible. It would have been a bit of a dive to get it done there, and he knows that Mountain King is quick and he can keep up with his compatriot THG Mike, however not his teammate in the Speedstar car. And we continue on lap 6. I haven't looked at the front for a while, but it looks like Dodo in second place has the fastest lap at 2:14.423. And we'll check in on the leaders momentarily, but it looks like, according to the track map, it is the top two, a gap, and then the third and fourth, a gap, 5th for Sonam, and then 6th Donati, and then this fight for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Okay, it's going to work now. Oh, mistake there from Mountain King. That's going to hurt him. I wonder if the tyre wear just starting to make an effect on his ability to pick the lines he wants. Oh, bit of a slide there from Kevin. It looks like he's got better tyre condition, but the understeer in the dirty air nearly throws him off the road at Stavolo. This time he's got a better run. Mountain King touching grass. That's going to hurt his straight line speed. Will Kevin go side by side into Blanchimont? Mountain King half blocks. Kevin keeps coming. He needs to stay in the slipstream if he wants to mount an attack, but he's lost ground, and Mountain King blocks. Kevin takes the race line. Ooh, Mountain King coming back across the road. He's going to find himself spun out if he keeps doing that, and a driver gets overlap, and he'll be in the wall shouting, oh, the other guy spun me. But you have to be very careful not to take the racing line after someone has gone to it and made overlap, because you will find yourself getting spun off into the wall with no one to blame but yourself. Again, Kevin within slipstreaming distance. Mountain King also just outside range from Mike here, but he should get into slipstream at the end of the straight, which may help him defend from Kevin. We'll go on board with Kevin. And he's got the run this time. It's looking stronger. This time he has overspeed, but it looks like it's... Oh, the Corvette started pulling away, but the Aston goes at the inside. He brakes very late, too late in fact. Will Mountain King get the switch back? No, he doesn't. So, Kevin makes a clean overtake on Mountain King, but Kevin is just outside. Slipstream difference on Mike in the Speed Star car. This is Mike's sector though. Oh, mistake there from Kevin. He needs to be careful now because he'll have Mountain King attacking him. Mountain King with the straight line speed to do something about it should be able to make a response on the back straight on the way up to Blanchimont. See that Mountain King has clearly managed to hang on. Oh, just hanging on to slipstream distance. And we should see the Carthol Whitlock Esports number 2 able to make an assault. Oh, he's going to clear Kevin comfortably. It's a question of whether or not he has to lift off in Blanchimont to keep the run going, and he's going to have to lift off in Blanchimont, otherwise they'll make contact. So he had too good of a run, and it stopped him being able to comfortably clear him. Kevin blocks on the inside, goes deep though. This isn't over. Oh no, never mind, it was just Mountain King braking early, but this is only the first of 2 opportunities. Can Kevin... No, he's not close enough to Mike, so he will not get any assistance from the Speedstar car with Slipstream to help him defend from Carthol Whitlock Esports number 2. They both run wide. They're both trying very hard here. THG Kevin for the THG Academy car. He is getting worked over, trying to do what he needs to do to graduate from the Academy, which I believe he actually has, but very recent graduate. So he's doing what he can to try and impress the bosses back at THG HQ, but there is nothing he can do here to defend. He goes to the inside, but that is a lost cause for him. He's now behind, and he tries to move back across, and the position is back in the hands of Mountain King. Mountain King runs a little wide, a better line for Kevin there. So again, they will continue this fight. It feels like Kevin's quicker, but he is unable to break the slipstream of Mountain King, and Mountain King, the best man in a straight line, able to come flying back through and take the position. Oh, bit of contact there. He might be in trouble. No, Mountain King keeps it alive despite touching the AstroTurf. That could have been dramas for both drivers, potentially with damage and potentially with a penalty. Kevin with the run, but backs off sensibly. Stays nice and tight. Oh, hits the curb. That could be bad. No, they've both touched AstroTurf, but Mountain King stays on. Kevin has a big slide. Kevin with a massive run. Will he try and go around the outside? He goes around the outside at Biff Paff, but unfortunately that's never going to work there. You need to have so much more cornering potential and grip. But crucially, he stays within touching distance to try and get through Stavolo to have a run on the way to Blanchimont. Oh, he is right there. They are now losing ground to Mike at a huge rate. Nibbling on the rear bumper, but he runs wide on the grain AstroTurf. That's not what you want to do. It cost him time, but ultimately he wasn't going to make the overtake from that close because he couldn't gain any overspeed to make it work. This is probably a better distance. He's going to start pulling him in now in the late part of the stop, but he lifted for Blanchimont, so he will not gain enough. And KW Mountain King again blocking and then moving back to the racing line. He goes deep. That'll cost him. Kevin will have a huge opportunity into La Source, but he just needs to stay close through La Source. Close enough to get the run and get a slipstream up Eau Rouge, but not so close that he can't make the move until before. But it's not so close that he tries to make the move before. He has to make the move after the high-speed Eau Rouge and Radion. And I'd say he is too close because he's going to have to lift in Eau Rouge or have a crash. And there's the lift. He was too close. Goes back to full throttle. Tries to get the slingshot. Moves. Oh, no, just stays there. I thought he was going to swing back to the right and try and make the move. But now Mountain King able to just sit in front. Now a bump draft. He's realised it's not on. Or will he go to the inside and brake late? Brakes and list a little bit early. Nice and sensible. He worked out that he wasn't going to make the pass there and had to try and do something different, so he thought, let's lose less time. But Mountain King, wobbly through Lake Coombe, sets him up weird for Malmedy. He's looked very unstable here in Bruxelles, but this time keeps it together. It looks like the Tichy Academy car has better rotation in the low speed over the Cathal Whitlock Esport car. Oh, big moment there, a huge slide, touched the AstroTurf, almost killed him. Fantastic racing. They both get through P1 unscathed this time. If Kevin hadn't touched the AstroTurf, he could have made that pass last lap around. But all he has to do is just stay within slipstream distance. And he goes deep. That's not what he has to do. They're now making silly mistakes, trying too hard on the worn tyres. Alrighty, this time. Needs to lift, doesn't lift. Ooh, leaves it late. Big wobbles. That could have gone horribly wrong. But instead, he saves it late and stays in the slipstream. He will not get an opportunity to overtake. But that's not the end of the question. It's whether or not he can be in the right position out of La Source. Because ultimately, he's too deep. Can he stay? Oh, just avoids contact. Huge moment there. Gets it back across. I don't know if he'll get a track limits penalty, but he has definitely lost the slipstream. And it will take him many laps to catch up and try and make another attempt on Cathal Whitlock Esports number 2. Just got a little bit deep with the slipstream. Oh, but then Mountain King runs wide through 1, but stays on, and that's ultimately going to keep them apart. It could have been far worse for him had he gone out over the AstroTurf on the exit there. So we will now jump back to the front, where I think things are hotting up, and they are. Dodo has caught Caliber. Now let's have a quick look here. Is it tyre wear? Is it fuel? No, the tyre wear is the same. The fuel marginally in favour of the AMG. Caliber in the lead. Looks like he just made a mistake on the last couple of laps with the tyre wear. Moving out from low 14s to a high 15. Suddenly, the race at the front is alive. He's lost 2 seconds in the last couple of laps. And it is now Aquapax Racing with their gun driver NLR Caliber 50. Top tier driver against the reigning champion KWE Dodo 33, formerly Evotropic. Yeah, he's losing a lot of ground there. 8/10 down on himself by the end of the second sector, so the tyre wear really starting to affect the Mercedes driver. Here we go. Dodo has the run. Will he go inside or outside? He chooses to bump draft. Interesting. Not interested in trying a crazy move into Blanchimont just yet. Potentially just waiting. Sets up on the inside, but again, stays behind Caliber. They have a 5-second lead over Randy Moore, who is still just holding the second AXR car out of arm's reach. 2 seconds down. And it's now 3/10 at the front. Positions again, just all over the mirrors of NLR Caliber. Oh, big oversteer though. Now 4/10, that's a very good distance. No, it's too close. It's 3/10. He has to lift off early. Lift off now. Make sure he can then carry the speed through Eau Rouge instead of lifting off in Eau Rouge, because then he doesn't have as long to set the overspeed up to try and make the pass. And again goes the bump draft. So it looks like at this stage, the Cathal team are working with Aquapax to try and pull away from Randy Moore. So they have decided that it is not worth trying to fight the man who was on pole position, but it is in fact in their benefit to try and work with him, to let him tow them along, potentially save some fuel in order to make the race better over the 3 hours, not just for this 30 seconds with the race. Interestingly though, I think Caliber's tyre wear is messing with the balance of his car, and Dodo would be better to pass at this stage. He's looking far more comfortable in the low and mid-speed corners, even in the dirty air. He is making the apexes he wants to make. Caliber almost looking rattled. I have never seen Caliber being worked this hard. He is an incredibly good driver, and I mean incredibly good. Genuinely top split FIA strong. Very capable. Can fight with the best of them, including the man originals for team, Randall Haywood. World Tour winning Randall Haywood. These two have fought many times before in various leagues. And right now, he is getting worked over by Dodo. Dodo up the inside. Is this an overtaking attempt or not? No, once again, not braking aggressively. And Caliber's off! He's in the pits. Oh, wow. That looked like a spin how quickly he rotated that car. And he's pitting for tyres and fuel after only 24 minutes. That's a huge moment in the race. That is super early. This has blown the race strategy apart. A 24-minute stint means he will take an extra stop over everyone going 30 minutes. Now, this could be a strategy where he wants to pit now to undercut the guys he's racing by three laps, 6 minutes. And then he will go longer when the car is on lighter fuel. Because, of course, if they've used, say, 75 litres to go to half an hour, they do not need to fill the car up to 100. They only have to fill it to 75, making the car 25 litres, about 20 kilos lighter for the second stint. And that 20 kilos makes the car A, faster, but B, it looks after the tyres better. This is actually a great moment in the race as the pit strategy has already begun. So this could be Caliber using his incredible skill and race knowledge to generate an undercut to try and break away from the Carthel Whitlock Esports team number 1, the defending champions with Dodo at the wheel. He now has to try and make the pace in clean air. He's been looking at the back of Caliber for the last 4 laps. He may not remember what the road looks like without that Aquapax car sitting in front of him. And genuinely, it can throw you. Suddenly having front grip, suddenly not having something blocking your markers can actually throw you for a lap or two while you readjust to seeing the track and feeling the car the way you want. However, by the look of that split, I'm going to guess that Dodo is feeling none of those effects. He has got plenty of speed. The gap between himself and Randy Moore is now 3.5 seconds. Randy Moore has come in a fair distance, doing low 15s in the back half of this stint, while Dodo was fighting with Caliber. However, it was a 15.0, a 15.3 and a 15.1 as those laps in the 15s. So the Carthol car looking quicker when he's not being held up by Caliber, and it's a 15.2. What can Randy Moore do? But it's a 14.9 for Randy Moore. They were looking after fuel. They were looking after tyres. The early pace drop is just strategy. It's not what we feared. It's not that the GTSB boys are running out of pace. It's that the GTSB boys have learned from last time. They are keen not to do the extra stops, to not have to suffer with terrible tyre wear and fuel quality. However, having burned 3/4 of their fuel, just like the Carthol car ahead, I don't think they can do 45 minutes. I think at best both of them can probably only manage to get to about 36 minutes. And I don't know if that is one less stop at the end of the race. I'd have to do a quick math calculation, but I don't think they can do it. They can do it, I apologise. 36 minutes is absolutely a viable strategy in a 3-hour stint. So it's 36, 1 hour 12, 1 hour 48, 2 hours 24, and it cuts one pit stop off the half-hour strategy. So they will be 40 seconds less time in pit lane. However, they have to go an extra 3 laps every single stint on worn tyres. They have to carry 3 laps more fuel every single stint, and that is worth... excuse me, if they're doing 16 lap stints versus, say, 15 lap stints, that is an extra, do the maths brain, it's an extra 10 litres of fuel. That's an extra 1.5 seconds of fill time their opponents have to put in, but it's less fuel, sorry, they have to put in. The car will be a little bit lighter, it'll look after its tyres better, it will be quicker. Splash, though, he is far down on fuel compared to the guys around him, and the tyre wear not as strong, so Randy Moore starting to pull away from him. I don't think Splash can quite hang on, but he is trying his absolute hardest. He will have to come in on the half hour. He will do one more lap and then he will box, having done a very strong first stint in 4th place. No, he's coming, oh, never mind, it was lag. I thought he was coming in this lap, I was a bit worried, but no. SDM Splash in the second Aquapax racing car. Slightly different strategy to his teammate. He will be in on the half hour after 14 laps. Looks like Randy Moore made a mistake there. Oh, another slide. And he is now only 3 seconds ahead. Now back in fourth, but effectively fifth once the strategy pans out. It's Tetsuya Sonam, and he is running fourth at this moment, but the pace not great, doing 15s, and then there's a 17 in there, back in the 15s, out to the 16. So the tyre wear really messing with Sonam here. However, the fuel, he's got about 20 litres left, which means he can do another quarter distance, which means he can get to the 36-minute stint window to take one pit stop out of this race for himself and the Humble Guys racing team. So that looks to be what they're playing for. I don't think they can make 45 minutes. Maybe I'm misremembering the 45 minutes thing, and it was 30 versus 36. As we go back to fifth, which shall be sixth once everyone clears the pit lane, as Caliber will be coming like a stabbed rat at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Donati F1 in the 911. He is also looking good for the 36-minute strategy. He's got the tyre wear, interestingly, front heavy in the 911, so that car will not be getting worse to drive by becoming more deadly. It's, if anything, becoming more stable. So he should be able to press on with tyre wear. And if we have a look at his lap times, it's all in the 16s. Everyone else has gone from, say, mid-14s out to mid-15s. He's still in the 16s. So the way the tyre wear is playing out on this car, he isn't losing as much as others around him. However, the man gaining with only half a tank of fuel, that tells me he's doing 24-minute stints for the entire race. NLR Caliber, he is deciding that the answer is flat out. There is no compromise with this strategy. It is just all out, go fast, as hard as possible. And there you go, he's 2/10 quicker after the second sector than KWE Dodo 33. Splashes in the second Aquapax car with 2 litres of fuel left. That's what we expected. So Caliber has to now make up 1 pit stop on his teammate, 2 pit stops on the guys at the front. That means he has to be 1 minute and 20 faster over the next 2 hours and 28 minutes. But realistically, it's a little bit less than that because he's already made up huge amounts of time on this flying lap with incredible pace, low fuel, fresh tyres. It's a 14.3 compared to the leaders doing 15.7s. He's taking a second and a half out of the guys around him, and he needs to be doing this because he's taking extra stops. That fuel load will not get him to the half hour. He's not taking an undercut, he's taking a different strategy. He must have passed Mike on the last lap because that's why he did a 15.2 instead of a 14 on the first flying lap. And Mike doing 18s now in the M6 for the Speedstar. Those front tyres are gone. He is struggling badly, and his compatriot Tetsuya Kevin in the Tetsuya Academy car is chasing him down aggressively. He's doing 16s and 17s. Mike's out in the 18s. Mike is dying out here on his front tyres, but he's got enough fuel to do 1, maybe 2 more laps to get to the 36-minute window, which gives him a pit stop advantage over Kevin, who has to stop this lap. He's got 14 laps, he's going for 15, but unfortunately, it's not going to be the 16 that he needs to cut the pit stop off. So he's going to end up doing 1 short stint at the end of... Oh, no! He's going to end up doing a short stint at the end, but that was a terrifying moment. Getting out into the AstroTurf, picking up the throttle, the car steps sideways. My life flashed before my eyes like I was driving the thing. Massive counter steer, lifts off the throttle, saves the car and keeps it alive to fight another day. Ultimately, getting damage here wouldn't be the worst thing, as he is pitting this lap. He has to pit this lap. But you really don't want the damage, especially engine damage, because you can lose a minute if you get it at La Source. You can still lose 15 seconds if you get it in the second sector, and it still costs you another 8 seconds to repair if you get enough damage on all 4 parts of the car. And he is now pulled away from KWE Mountain King, who is also out of fuel on this lap. He'll be forced to come in. Looks like his tyre wear has also gone awry, seeing mistakes, and that's allowed Groot of the sports car. Not sports car, he's the WEC car, I apologise. of the WEC Fan Forum car. Oh, sorry, I did not see Splash. That caught me off guard. Splash has roared around the outside on brand new tyres and is now in the middle of this fight. He's almost run into the back of Mountain King. That's incredible. Splash has just jumped in the middle of this fight, completely caught unawares by the massive tyre wear of the guys around him. And now Mountain King blocking him, not realising that Splash is on a completely different racing strategy. He is having a totally different race to this man. However, they will be side by side. Did Splash lift there to try and stay out of being side by side up Eau Rouge? Because that's a bad place to be. He's now stayed out of the slipstream. That was clever. He stayed out of the slipstream so he didn't get too close too early. Now he can hook in, build the overspeed, and shoot past KW Mountain King to steal back 7th place on his pit strategy. He's on the outside here, but he has got brand new tyres. He should have no problem making this pass, and goes around the outside, even though he runs a little bit wide, but he should now pull away quite comfortably from Mountain King, who will renew hostilities with Groot, who has just caught back up after being frankly surprised and thrown off by the appearance of Splash in Blanchimont and through the bus stop chicane. So Kevin was in amongst Mike there, and he is now 35 seconds further behind. So a pit stop is worth about 45 maybe seconds. We'll have a look at the front, and yep, as expected, at the 36-minute mark, KW Dodo is in. Randy Moore is in for GTSV. Those two have begun their race-long fight on the same strategy, both with 1 litre of fuel left. Sonam also has to be in this lap. Doesn't have any more fuel, doesn't have any more tyres. He needs to sort that tyre wear out. That's going to hurt him. Donati, will he pit or will he go 1 extra lap? No, he sticks to the clock strategy. That brings him in. Oh, almost hits the wall and gets damage. You can get damage there. Now, Caliber will retake the lead. He's done 2:13.3. He's done 2:13.4. It's another 2:13.3 and the fastest lap of the race. How much will his lead be? Can he continue to pull away? Or will the fresh tyres for the Carthol Whitlock Esports #1 and the GTSB racing teams be enough to catch them back up? He should have a huge lead, really. And Dodo back out of the pits. Splash will actually be quite close to Randy Moore when he comes back out, because Splash will have done the undercut, basically. Oh, not quite. Hasn't quite worked for him. There's Randy Moore. He's a long way up the road with a full tank of fuel. Splash! Full tank of fuel! So, interestingly, the Carthol Whitlock Esports #1 and the GTSB racing teams both have to take full tanks of fuel to do 36 minutes. Splash here has not gone a full tank of fuel. That's slightly less because he's only doing 30-minute strategies. He's going to spend less time in the pits each time he goes to the pit lane. So he might be able to make up ground. He'll have better tyre wear in this stint now because he'll have a lighter car. So in theory, he'll be quicker and have better tyre wear, meaning he'll be quicker over the stint. He might be able to keep up with Randy Moore here, whereas in the last stint, he sort of faded as the tyre wear kicked in. He might be able to hang with him, but he still needs to make an extra pit stop, assuming no one makes any mistakes and gets damaged. Now Groot here, he has to be in this lap. He's doing 2:19s. And will be caught by Sonam in the next lap or two. So he won't be caught this lap, surely, without any dramas. Doing 19s, they're not doing 13s in the THG Humble Guys racing team car. So Mike renews his lead over Kevin, who had to stop a lap earlier, as you remember. It's looking like they both took full fuel, so Mike will spend less time in the pits in the final stop. But both of them stuck on the 36-minute strategy. And Mountain King now 10 seconds behind. Hopefully he can just clean up those mistakes because he had the pace to run with these guys. If he can keep the car straight, keep making the drive he was putting together before the tyre wear kicked in, he should be able to catch these guys because he was as quick, if not quicker. It was only when the tyre wear and the mistakes kicked in that he started to lose ground. And we'll check back in with Simo in the Jag. Just came out of the pits, 2 minutes off the lead, but hanging on in there in the WCFF car. And we'll be seeing an LR Caliber for the Aquapax racing team in a couple of laps. Hopefully the fresh tyres can help him out. And now that he's on the slightly longer strategy, so he's on the one less stop strategy. So the way I'm seeing it is the half-hour stint is the standard standard strategy. And the 36-minute strategy is the one less stop strategy, and the 24-minute strategy is the one more stop strategy. And it looks like he can afford to pit one lap earlier and still stay on the correct strategy for his race if he plans to get through 3 hours without any mistakes. Oh, getting out of the grass there. But it's great that these guys have got 3 cars and they've got 6 drivers willing to participate for 4 hours here in the World Tour Racing Club 12 hours of Spa Edition 2. We are in Stint when? It's only 40 minutes in. We still have, as you can see over on the right of screen, 2 hours, 19 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in this stint, which is stint 1 of 4 for the full 12 hours. So we still have 11 hours, 19 minutes and 33 seconds remaining when I finish the sentence. So Caliber's lead now is 15 seconds. That's about a third of a pit stop. So he's made back 1/3 of one pit stop, which means he only needs to make up another 30 seconds in the remaining 2 hours. Reminder, he will pit when his opponents still have another 12 minutes remaining. He should undercut them strongly enough to make this strategy work. This is big. Because he's short-fueled, he makes a huge gain in the stationary time in the pit stop. His pace is fantastic, don't get me wrong, doing have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. This is what Randy Moore was doing last time out, just not this quick. 2:14.3, 2:14.4, 2:14.3, 2:14.3, 2:14.3. He has lost 500ths in the last 3 laps. Every single lap within a tenth of a second for the last 5 laps. This is why Caliber is, in fact, such a high caliber driver. He is a monster, an absolute machine in this car. And he's purple in Sector 1 on himself. He's just got a better run out of La Source. Clean up Eau Rouge. The car is now lightweight. The tyres are still good. He is flying, ladies and gentlemen. He only has to do another 6 minutes before he stops. That is 3 laps, well, 2.5 from now. And he will be back in the pits. But it looks like he is the fastest man on this strategy. This is how he wins the race. Dodo for the Carthol Whitlock Esports team. He needs to lift if he wants to beat Caliber. He is going to see the man pit an extra time and still beat him. It looks like it is deja vu for Carthol Whitlock Esports. They had this drama last time out, chasing the GTS racing team. They watched the Aston Martin drive into the distance, come in an extra time and still finish ahead of them. He will be losing his mind when he realizes that Caliber will do to him what Randy Moore did to him last time out. And this time, he's 5 seconds ahead of Randy Moore. So he's doing better than he did last time. And we can assume pretty safely that Randy Moore didn't get slower between the first edition of this race and this edition of this race. He's a very quick driver. He was merely Sunday driving last time out. This time it looks like he's pushing as hard as possible to try and make up the gap to the boys ahead. So Carthol Whitlock Esports, they've improved and they're still seeing the same thing happen. They're gonna have to find some pace. They're gonna have to find some sort of advantage. The only thing going for them at this moment is that Caliber, when he takes an extra stop, may end up behind them when they phase out on track at the same time. So they may get the opportunity to race Caliber, to hold Caliber up, to stop him from pulling away on his strategy, but also that might force Caliber into a mistake. We saw at the end of their respective stints, Dodo had better tyre wear, he had better stability and control than Caliber, so he might be able to race Caliber on his terms and generate a mistake from the Aquapax racing driver, which may allow them the opportunity to take the lead in the first stint. Reminder, they only profited in the first stint because Randy Moore made that incredible mistake out of bus stop. The tiniest bit of wheel spin became a huge slide and he ended up touching the wall, getting engine damage. at the final corner, meaning he had to do a full lap with engine damage. Any small mistake could become a catastrophic drama, because that is the theatre of racing. As we see Dodo making a couple 10th inroads on Caliber, it looks like he's heard the call. That's a 14.8 for him on his first flying lap, second lap out of the pits. Maybe it's just a more calm approach. He might have been a bit unhappy with the tyre wear in the first stint. It could also be that now that he doesn't have that handy slipstream, he doesn't have the ability to save fuel quite the way he wants. So the short shifting will need to come in to try and make the strategy work to go for 36 minutes, to cut one pit stop out on Caliber. I'll pick it up eventually and get the right one. I am shocking at this. Why have I not got any replay camera? Sorry, Rob. Where is the static camera? There we go. And we have a look in at fourth lane, and Splash now, he's gone from 3 seconds behind Randy Moore. He is now out to 4.5 seconds behind Randy Moore, running his lower fuel strategy. It looks like Randy Moore's just got a little bit of pace over him in the last couple of laps. Potentially a mistake from Splash on this one. We'll have to look at the lap time when he crosses, because it looks like Randy Moore is now pulling away from him. Just runs a little bit wide there over the back of the curb. Yeah, he lost ground this one, 15.9. That's where most of the time has gone. It was only a couple of tenths in the previous couple of laps. But Randy Moore pulling 9 tenths there. Oh, wrong side of the curb, and you touched the AstroTurf, which is cobblestone roughness. And that hurts. Sonam there with a 15.3, making a little bit of ground. Hopefully he can fix that tyre wear that he had that was really costing him in the back half of the stint, and he can close up to Splash. But also Donati. I'm so impressed by Donati this time out for the Sports Car Worldwide guys. They had a shocker last time out. The car was uncompetitive, they had bad luck, a couple of mistakes, and they ended up finishing nowhere near where they could have. So to see Donati running really strongly this time out, healthily in 6th place, well clear of the 7th, 8th, 9th fight that was Kevin, Mike and Mountain King, and within touching distance of 5th. Any dramas from 5th or 4th, and they are in that fight for the top 5. We'll go back here, because I had a feeling that the THG boys, the THG Academy of THG Kevin, the Speedstars car of THG Mike in the M6 are fighting on track. They are now 12 seconds ahead of Mountain King. They've begun pulling away from Mountain King. They might have done enough to potentially sneak away. An Academy driver just lifts off for his not teammate but teammate. They were side by side up the straight there, and Kevin sensibly deciding not to fight into the Lake Coombe chicane and follow the M6 driven by THG Mike into Sector 2, which it should be its quicker sector, and in theory allowing Kevin the chance to fight back on the run up to Blanchimont and bus stop and potentially make his own overtaking manoeuvre again up the front straight, up the main straight on Kemmel Straight. So if these two were going to try and work together, Kevin has to stay with Mike in Sector 2 where Mike is quicker. He then has to slipstream past Mike before bus stop and then give the slipstream back to Mike to then slipstream past to lead before Sector 2 in the Kemmel Straight. He's within slipstreaming distance but runs a little bit wide there. That will hurt his run, and if they're trying to work together and abuse the Aston straight line speed and the M6's incredible cornering potential, that might have hurt their attempts to do so. The Aston Martin not gaining nearly as much as I'd expect it to in the straight there. The THG Aston not as fast as the GTS V Aston Martin up in 3rd place in a straight line. So a bit of work to be done there by the THG boys to fix the tune, to try and make it a quicker car in a straight line, to make it more competitive. Because it looks like he is down maybe 5k an hour compared to the Aston Martin of the GTSV team. Granted, it's the second time the GTSV boys have run that car, so they know what they're doing. Honestly, though, I think the GTSV boys have also given up a bit of straight line to try and make their car quicker over the stint, because straight line is very good in a fight. But if your car can't be in the fight, it's not going to help. And as expected, Kevin pulls out in the slipstream, makes the pass on Mike, doesn't fight him, stays on the racing line, and is able to make the pass into Lecoum. They will continue this fight, but it doesn't really feel like a fight. It feels very sportsman, very gentlemanly. It feels like they're just slipstreaming each other when needed and not really doing anything crazy in the opening hour of a 12-hour race. They're racing each other, but they're not racing too hard. It's very controlled. They're waiting until one of the others makes a mistake or strategy plays out. Then they'll start doing the moves that really start to question whether or not this was a bad idea or not. The dive bombs into Lecoum. But it's the first hour. Everyone's been very sensible. There's been no craziness. There's been no chaos, really, so far. No mistakes from any of the runners we've seen. So, interestingly, only strategy so far. Mountain King now 7 seconds away from Group. They're about the same pace. Maybe Group making a couple of mistakes in the last few laps, falling away instead of gaining and coming towards the Carthol Woodlake Esports team. This is the WEC Fan Forums and the World Endurance Championship, a fantastic series. We're seeing a lot more cars there this year, so if you're a little bit mad at Formula One and you want to go watch some other kind of racing, the World Endurance Championship will have a very strong top class. Similar crossover to the IMSA Sports Car Championship, another great series, and those two will be merging very aggressively in 2023 with some really cool cars and really cool rule sets. So the World Endurance Championship looking only to grow. So the fan forums putting a team together, and surprise, surprise, guys who like the World Endurance Championship like endurance racing. Even though we're here at Spa for the 12 hours of GT3 racing, these guys love endurance racing because they are just dedicated to the concept of driving longer and faster than anyone else. And I am a huge fan of anyone who thinks that driving for 3 hours is a fun way to spend a weekend and then goes, you know what, let's do a second stint of that to make it 12 hours between two drivers. And speaking of the WEC fan forums, it's Simo once again hanging around in the Jag, keeping it on the island. We haven't seen extra pit stops from him. I think last time when we saw the team struggling for pace, they were also struggling for consistency, struggling to stay on the road. But Simo here has done a fantastic job at keeping A, out of the way, and B, on the road. He's being lapped by people and not getting into dramas. Now, interestingly, Caliber pitting on lap 22, which is 52 minutes into the race, which is 26 minutes per stint. So maybe I've calculated this wrong and he has to go one lap longer, but ultimately that pace is incredible. Every lap in the 14s. Every single lap. I don't know what to say. That's just fantastic driving. And it was a longer stint, I believe, in this second stint than it was in the first. And Splash has caught Randy Moore. Has Randy Moore made a mistake? Yes, he has. He lost 5 seconds on lap 22. And suddenly, Splash is within touching distance of him. Splash's tyre wear, though, is not within touching distance of Randy Moore. But Sunday driving Randy Moore, he is being pushed this year. This year, that car is being worked far harder to try and stay on the lead pace. He's made a mistake somewhere. Someone from the team might be able to tell us, but the gap between Randy Moore and Dodo is now 9.6. Carthol Woodlake Esports are the leading team at this moment. And on strategy, it could be them or it could be the 5th placed Aquapax Racing team. So right now, Aquapax in 3rd and 5th, but they should be in about 1st and 4th. Yes, Sonam unable to make inroads on Splash despite his superior tyre wear. The pace from Splash is just too strong, and I think Splash has been very strongly encouraged by seeing Randy Moore make a mistake. Splash is looking ahead going, You know what? I think I can get him. And he's trying very, very hard to stay with Randy Moore, to try and make him force him into another mistake that will grant him position, but also take Randy Moore potentially out of that fight for the lead with his teammate in the other Aquapax racing car. And that's the utility of having two very strong cars. Oh, a big wobble there for Splash. Bit of a scare. I can absolutely hear Rob, AXR Groot, smiling across the ditch in England. He will be very happy to see Aquapax Racing having such a strong showing here in Stint 1 of the second edition of the Spa 12 Hours presented by the World Tour Racing Club, here on broadcast here on YouTube. And what is there to say? Oh, another slide. That's the tyre wear. He's pushing as hard as he can and the tyres just aren't giving him the grip he's asking for. He wants more speed and the tyres are saying no, but Splash refuses to listen and says, no, just give me the speed. Let's go. We can get him. Let's go. Catch up. A nice run through turn 1. A slightly wobbly exit. And he's now gaining time down the hill on the way to Eau Rouge. Flat through Eau Rouge. Up the hill. Ready on. Nice and clean, using the curb, gaining time, another half-tenth, making ground up on what was seen as the fastest car in a straight line last year. It's now the Corvette of Aquapax Racing. He's made up a tenth and a half. This race is not over. Splash is not done with Randy Moore. Randy Moore going from third place here, could be looking at fourth. Splash is giving everything he's got, and as I said, he might be able to stay with him with the lighter fuel load and potentially lessen tyre wear, and boy is he trying. Let's have a quick look here as Caliber is now catching up to try and re-overtake THG, the Humble Guys racing car of Sonam 8246, as Caliber on his march. He needs to clear Sonam very quickly. Will Sonam let him through, or will Sonam fight to the death of the other AMG in the field? They have both got the same car, different tunes, different fuel, different tyres, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Sonam won't put up a fight, but it could also mean that Sonam, a sensible individual, will see that Caliber is on a different strategy. We'll see he hasn't got all the pace. Let him through, hook into the slipstream and try and go with him on this stint to try and get himself closer to that lead fight for the podium with Splash and Randy Moore. He's 3/10 up on his fastest lap. That'll be a 14.0. He's looking for the fastest lap of this race, and it's looking to be the fastest lap of both editions of the 12 Hours of Spa presented by WTCR. TRC? World Tour Racing Club. TRC. Whoops. World Tour Club Racing. Oh dear. I'll get in trouble for that one. Braking late, not getting any slipstream unfortunately, but he probably will next lap. Takes another 10th in the middle of the bus stop. Not as strong an exit there, Sonam pulling away, but it's a 14.008 for Caliber. Caliber is the fastest man in World Tour Racing Club Spa 12 Hours history. It's not the 13.2 he did in qualifying, but it's a 14.0. It's beaten last year's lap record. He smashed it in the first hour. This time he will not get a slipstream. He's slightly quicker than the THG car ahead, gaining thousandths at a time, and that comes from that better exit at the top of the hill. So bottom of the hill for La Source, but he's actually losing ground in the top of the straight. So either the Aquapax car has more wing or more rake or a worse gearbox, as Sonam was pulling away in an Aston Martin. Sorry, in an AMG. I keep saying Aston Martin. I'm very sorry, everyone. He's now within slipstreaming distance. Unfortunately, it's in Sector 2 where the dirty air will hurt. If he can make a move in Sector 2, that's great news for him, but I suspect he's going to be forced to wait until after Stavelot to make a run on the way up to Blanchimont or potentially into the bus stop, depending on the run he gets, depending on how much more speed he can carry. Oh, the dirty air almost pushes him wide off the curbing into the AstroTurf, but Caliber, once again, millimeters from disaster on the ideal line, using all of the road, nothing left, taking the apex fixes. He is unfazed by the dirty air. It will not change the way he's driving. Dirty air, clean air, brand new tyres, full tanks, low tanks, mid tanks. He is every point of this race the fastest man, other than that brief moment. KWE Dodo 33 was able to steal fastest lap from him, and he's had to lift, so he hasn't been able to get the job done before Blanchimont. He's had to lift, which means he's got no overspeed. He's going to have to make a move in the braking zone for the bus stop, and he goes clean around the outside. Great move. He actually goes deep, but gets it done by staying on the track. Little wobble there, but that'll have done enough to keep him ahead. However, we go on board with Sonam. Can Sonam stay in the slipstream and continue to go fast to pull him towards the people he wants to be racing? Yes, he stays in the slipstream, no mistakes. We see Corey in the chat celebrating his teammate Kevin in the THG Academy car, up to 7th place after starting lower down. Oh, a little understeer in the dirty air up on Rouge and Pouon ready on. And Sonam, he's got the run. Will he attack or will he just coast? He's sitting in the slipstream, pulls over the racing line, lifts off. Caliber will be very happy about that, not having to fight. But Sonam knows Caliber is not his race. He's happy to let him go and follow, potentially try and get some slipstream and make up ground. You saw that he was 3/10 up on his best lap, and he's doing that on very worn tyres and under half a tank of fuel. If he can just keep the slipstream in Sector 2, he'll get another pull down the back straight, but it looks like Caliber is too fast. Granted, he's getting a little gain on the run up to Pouon, but when he gets the dirty air through Pouon, that'll be it. Caliber will be gone. And there goes Caliber. There goes 3/4 of a second, and the slipstream is lost. And that's the difference in tyre quality as well as the raw pace between Sonam and Caliber. Sonam is a good driver, but unfortunately Caliber is just a step above today. Hopefully the THG boys can make some improvements to that car and come back swinging in the second, third and fourth stints. Hopefully Sonam can instruct some changes for his teammate, which I believe is THG TSO 40. And those guys can fight on in the second, third and fourth stints, potentially improving. But yep, have a look at that. Caliber is just gone now. 1.3 seconds. He's lost 6/10 from the exit of Pouon. Merely Piff Paff and Stavlo and one big straight, and that's it. He's gone. So Caliber running a bit wide there, but 26.8 seconds off the lead of KWE, which is important because it means he hasn't really gained too much in the recent laps. The advantage is being cut down, but I suspect after 1 hour he's made more than 1/3 of the time back up. It looks like Caliber will end up fighting for the lead by the end of the first stint, but we'll have another 2 hours of racing before we get there. Still 1 hour and 57 minutes remaining, and as we said last time, anything can happen. It looked like Randy Moore had the first stint sewn up, but of course it's motorsport. Anything can happen, and in fact they did not have that first stint sewn up after a incredible moment that saw the lead change hands irreversibly in the end, but ultimately it could have been fought back. And that's the beauty of this, because even though this is stint 1, stint 2 is a completely different set of drivers, and in stint 3 everyone gets to learn from the first stint. They can see where they're lacking, what they can potentially improve as a driver or in strategy or even in setup, as I was suggesting earlier. So looking like Randy Moore making gains again in the back half of the stint. Yes, look at the tyre wear. He's got so much more front grip. Looking down in the bottom left there, the Aston Martin has incredible tyre wear. So the Aston Martin is catching, so the GTSB Aston Martin is catching the Carthor with like esports #1 car now that the tyre wear is starting to kick in. So Evo Tropic, now KW Dodo, has gone from being the man with the tyre advantage in the previous edition to being the man being chased without the tyre advantage. But they're on the same strategy, and it is now a fight between now and when they take their pit stop in another 8 minutes time. We are 1 hour and 4 minutes in, and they will be pitting with 1 hour and 12 minutes completed, which is in another 4 laps time. Splash for the second Aquapax Racing team is in for his second pit stop. He is going just 1 lap longer than the 30-minute strategy, meaning he will do something like 16 minutes in the final stint, having extended his stint from the half hour. Sorry, not 16, he'll do 20 minutes. And having extended his stints by 1 lap each time, it will buy him a short final stop, allowing him to put in significantly less fuel and have a very light car. As we see the quick tyre change, and now the fuel going in to Splash's Corvette, the thirsty car, but it can save fuel when you need it to. It's just you have to give up some speed to do it. We have a look how much fuel he comes back out with, and it is almost a full tank. It's 95 litres of fuel. So I don't know if that's a strategy change or if that's what he did last time, but it looks like Splash not quite topping the car up, making the car a tiny bit lighter. He's now a minute off the lead, meaning he is more than 5 seconds back from Randy Moore once Randy Moore boxes, unless Splash can use this time while he's on fresh tyres and his rivals are on worn tyres to make inroads. Looking through, and Mike has once again passed Kevin. And Kevin unable to fight back this time by in the slipstream, not gaining at all. He must be saving fuel. He has absolutely got to be saving fuel to try and get back on terms with his rival and teammate in THG Mike. That's the only way he could have been in the slipstream like that, not gaining. Oh, runs wide from Mike, and he's just scrubbing the tyres in the dirty air, trying desperately to stay behind his rival and teammate in another series in the THG Academy car, following the Speedstar car. Unfortunately, the M6 is very good to report. Oh, runs a bit narrow, touches curb, loses a 10th, but stays in the slipstream very critically. He has to get through Piff Paff very well and then stay tight through Stavelo, and he will get another chance to slipstream back on Mike to try and take the position, or potentially allow him to continue saving fuel, because this is the best place to do it, tucked up under the rear wing with less drag than the guy in front. And he does enough. He stays in, stays flat. Oh, had to lift because he was just under steering wide in the dirty air. But he continues to make inroads now that he's got the slipstream. It looks like the fuel saving has gone away, unless he's turning it on midway up the straight because he doesn't want to overtake. And that's what's happening. There it is. So you saw him gaining, and then suddenly the advantage stopped. He's changing his fuel mix halfway up the straight to not overtake his rival in order to save fuel to fix his strategy difference to the car ahead. It's clever, it's on the fly thinking. It may be enough to help. I think he has to just get past him and then beat him on pace, but the problem is he can get past, but he cannot break the slipstream, and Mike stays with him. He needs to do something to build the track time advantage. Maybe it's box a little bit early if they're not making the 36 minutes. It looks like he's only going to do 2 more laps, which means he will be very, very tight on that 36-minute stint to get to 1 hour and 12. I think he's got just under 20 litres of fuel, which means it should get 2 laps. And yet he's still saving fuel aggressively, so he's done enough actually to stay on the strategy, but I don't know if this is a sustainable one. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, but good thinking from the Academy driver. Very keen on that promotion. Mountain King though, now only 11.8 back. He was 10 earlier and then fell further back to about 13 or 14. And has just inched his way back in with really consistent laps. Have a look at this. 17.5, 16.9, 16.7, and then 17.1, 17.0, 17.4, 79. Then he made a mistake for that 18.4. But keeping in those 17s, even though he's got strong tyre wear, has allowed him to stay with the THG boys in Mike and Kevin. Mike with the better tyre wear of the 3. Mike worse, and I think Mountain King probably better than Mike, even that. Mike better than Mike again, sorry. Once again, the WEC fan forums, 10 seconds behind Mountain King. those guys are all within touching distance of each other. Any sort of mistake, any damage in a regular pit stop will cause them to concertina together. Now we'll go back towards the front and have a look where we are on strategy. Looks like the lead two will have enough to do one more lap each, getting to lap 32 and the 1 hour 12 mark for the 36-minute strategies, which is exactly what we are expecting. The racing has calmed down in terms of an on-track sense, but as you can see by Caliber's pace, he is not slowing down. He is still, running wide there. He's attacking as hard as he can. These middle stints, when the racing isn't on track, drivers can just sort of zone out. They can get a bit bored and lose focus, slow down a little bit, or make really silly mistakes. So this is where Caliber's strategy isn't actually the worst thing, because it means he has no choice but to push flat out the entire race, which means he is constantly focused, he's constantly trying, he's constantly pushing, trying to get every last millimetre of road, every last tenth of a second to stay in the lead of this race. So he can't zone out, he can't make silly mistakes by just not paying attention. What he can do is try too hard, push a car that's not got the grip there, not got the tyre and fuel combination that he wants, and end up running wide and making a big mistake. But that is the kind of mistake of someone who isn't that strong or isn't that confident or hasn't done the laps in practice to know exactly how hard they can push at any given time. And that's not Caliber. He's too good for that. I said that about Randy Moore last time, but the gap now is down to 24 seconds. Randy Moore's in! He's in a lap early! That's big! That's huge for the strategy! Now, he is cutting one lap off the stint. That means he will be one lap short at the end, or potentially he's banking on the stints being a little slower. As you can see, he's crossed the line here, and it's 1 hour 11, not 1 hour 10. So we've lost 60 seconds in the first two stints, which means after 4, he probably can cut one lap out. So he's going to try and get a little undercut gain here, or potentially he hasn't saved enough fuel to get the extra lap. So Randy Moore either turning up the strategy or potentially making a mistake there, and he will now be forced to run exactly 16 laps for every stint now between here and the finish if he wants to get to the end without an extra stop. Now, because this is a 3-hour race, when people finish after 3 hours, their lap is done. It is not like a normal finish whereby once the leader crosses the line, then the race ends. So the leader normally has to cross the line after 3 hours, and then the races end. You can simply finish on the 3 hour and 1 second mark if that's where your car crosses the line, because this game failed to handle that correctly, which is actually not great for them, because it means they end up losing a calculated amount of time. We have to go through the results to try and work out who is the leader and by how much. So it'll be a little bit more challenging to sort out, because on the classification he will officially be one lap down, but of course the time gap will have to then be worked out based on the final lap times of the people who complete the lap running wide on the... That could have been dangerous. But he's now only 3.8 seconds ahead of STM Splash in the second AXR car. So STM Splash for AXR staying just within touching distance. Now Dodo also coming in. He's got maybe 1-2 litres of fuel left in the car, so he had plenty. And that will mean Caliber will cycle back to the lead on this stint, and what the margin will be will determine whether or not we think Caliber is going to take the lead at the end of this race or not. I expect Sonam to be in this lap, and it looks like he will be. Donati should be in this lap as well. And I think Mike... Oh no! Kevin has come in 1 lap early. He hasn't done enough. He's still one... Or maybe not. Maybe not. No, he's actually done enough. Apologies. It's... The pace is slightly different at the back of the field here, which means that he's actually undercutting Mike and Mountain King. Mountain King now only 11.7 behind Mike, which means he's gained as Kevin was between them. He's gained another second or so. Mike on this lap is in trouble. He's on very old tyres. He's doing 218s. Kevin will be doing a 216. Kevin's going to come out ahead unless Mike can put less fuel in, because he's actually done an extra lap than what he needs. As you can see, it's now 1 hour 14. He's done an extra lap. Kevin has beaten him on strategy. Mike got caught looking at the lap count and wasn't looking at the timer. 1 hour and 15 minutes is not when you want to be pitting. This will be key to see who comes out ahead. Mountain King should pit this lap as well. Ooh, using the curb on the outside there, a little bit risky. ABS can cut in and force you a little bit deep. Donati for the Sports Car Worldwide team also in. We go back to find Groot for the WEC fan forums. Donati's back out in 6, no dramas there. He is on a very different strategy, and I believe that strategy is simply run the thing out of fuel, and when it runs out, it runs out. Alright, here's Kevin coming up to the bus stop. He should, and I mean should, come out right on top of these guys, probably ahead of Mike. Mike, with 7 litres of fuel, though, will save at least a second in refueling time, so it's actually going to be a lot closer than I thought. I thought Mike would come out maybe a second ahead with the extra pace on the outlap. However, Mike's out of the pit lane. Mike's got him. The less fuel to put in has done the difference for him. It was a quicker in-lap, and unfortunately for Kevin, he's no longer in slipstream difference. So I thought the undercut would give him a huge benefit, but unfortunately for him, the refueling time for his teammate was much quicker and has ended up pulling away. Now Mountain King only 9.6 seconds behind. Very close. These guys just not within touching distance on track, but the strategy fight is there. Splash getting dropped in this one. He's not doing so quickly now that we're on the second half of his stint, as the offset between his strategy and Randy Moore's strategy is becoming greater and greater with each stint. As the race goes on, Randy Moore will come out with fresh tyres and Splash will be on older and older tyres. Less fuel, yes, but in this race, the tyre wear is more important than the fuel burn after about the 3rd lap. Oh, and he goes deep at 1 there, and that'll cost him. So he's going to go from 3.8, it's going to become 4.6, and it'll keep growing out. But Randy Moore must have made a worse mistake. No damage. And Splash is pulling him in on the straight. The gap now between Caliber and Dodo is 22.8 seconds. That is just under half a pit stop, and we are just under halfway through this race. We're at 1 hour and 16 minutes, basically 1 hour 17 with 1 hour 43 to go. So Caliber looks like he will take that extra pit stop and come out ahead, but he's going to have to pass Splash, his AXR teammate. He's going to have to pass GTS Randy Moore, the champion of last time. He's going to have to pass Carthwell Esports #1 with Dodo 33 at the wheel, who is defending winner of this race. Randy Moore, sorry, it was the hero, not the champion, as they were defeated by Evo, Tropic, and I can't remember what was pronounced as. CRNNN, or I think it was like Crine or something. I can't remember. If anyone from the chat knows. Oh, someone has just said Simo with engine damage. No! He was doing so well hanging out on his strategy, doing consistent lap times, but unfortunately gets engine damage at the end of the lap. So we saw the in-laps for the THG, Mike and Kevin with 309s. So Simo with a 321 has lost 12 seconds getting that engine damage, but 6 of those would have been repairing the engine damage and 6 would have been the incident itself. He's actually done a really good job to get away with a small loss of time when you consider what he's had to go through to repair it. So it could have been a lot worse, and it looked like it was about on his in-lap anyway, so he's ended up not losing too much. The chat saying that Randy took a full tank, aiming for P2. Well, I think that he can't do anything else. He has to take a full tank, and he has to try and stretch it to 36 minutes. Otherwise, he takes an extra pit stop and loses ground. He's gone wide again at 1, over the sausage curb into the green AstroTurf, which is very bumpy, low grip, and costs you a heap of drive. And as a result, Splash has made up big ground. He's made up another 4 tenths alone on the exit of turn 1 as he pulls away from the humble guys in 5th place. So Randy Moore, he needs to stop making those mistakes because he's still only 9 seconds behind the Carpool Whitlock Esports car number 1, and he needs to stay on pace if he wants to keep his teammate within touching distance of the Carpool Esports team in order to try and take P2 or P1 overall. Red engine damage, wasn't sure if that was a response, as we see Groot being lapped by Caliber. He is now 1 lap down, I believe. Yep, 2 minutes 15, he is 1 lap down, but he's got fresh tyres and he gets to look at the best driver on track at this time to see what he can learn, to see how he can improve. Caliber not doing the money numbers of the 2:14 zeros and the 2:14 threes as last time out. He's just settled into a slightly more conservative pace, but he needs to stay on it if he wants to defeat the guys he's ahead of, but also is chasing because of the way the strategy's playing it. Interestingly there, Caliber goes a little bit deeper in the first part of the bus stop, takes a narrower line through the second part, but he's got such clean rotation in that car. He's able to turn it for the second part and not really lose any time. But as we saw when he was chasing down Sonam earlier on, Sonam gets a better exit out of the bus stop because he takes a narrower line through the first corner and gets a better exit by taking more speed through the middle of the second one. However, he's only gaining a couple of hundredths all the way to turn 1, whereas Caliber is taking 1 or 2 tenths out of everyone between the first and second corners. So he's actually hit the correct balance between gaining time in the middle of the chicane and losing it out the exit on the other side because he's got such a strong rotation in the middle of that corner. It's a very tough thing to get right, where if you try and back it off to get the clean exit, you end up losing too much time, but if you try and rush it, you end up putting yourself in a weird spot all over the curve and not getting enough rotation, and you can end up losing more time by going either way. But Caliber's line appears to be just a little bit faster through the first part, makes up 1.5 tenths, 2 tenths, and then loses 0.5 tenth, maybe 1 on the exit all the way up to turn 1, but as a result his net gain is 0.5 to 1 tenth. And that's the kind of thing he has to be doing all race, because that 0.5 to 1 tenth over 35 laps is 3.5 seconds. And 3.5 seconds in the first half of the race becomes 7 over the total distance. And that 7 seconds is going to be the difference between the Carpool Whitlock Esports team and the Aquapax car in this first stint. If this race is decided by more than 7 seconds, I will be very surprised, because those two will absolutely have to fight each other on track, and they will resume that fight from the start of the race on their different strategies with their different cars to them. And it's going to be tight. Unless one of them makes a mistake, this race should not be decided by more than about 5 seconds. Let's have a quick look at the timing. Oops. So as we can see, the fastest laps are very impressive at the front. 14.0 for Caliber, 14.4 for Dodo, 14.7 for Randy Moore, but 14.8 for Splash. So the Aquapax cars are first and fourth, both of them in the 14s. Sonam, the fastest car in the 15s with a 15.1, which means he should be able to pull away from Donati, but he's unable to keep up with Splash there, looking at the gaps. Donati with a 15.8, Mike with a 16.2, so Kevin with a 15.9 is quicker than Mike on best lap, and it looks like he's quicker on this lap as well. He's taking big time out of his rival and getting it down to 1.5 seconds from the 2.5 we saw earlier. So it looks like that race is heating up. Mountain King in the second Carpool Whitlock Esports team is at 16.6 for a best lap, and Groot in the WEC fan forums is 17.1, and Simo in the Jaguar F-Type in the WBC FF car best lap is a 2:19.1. He's done a very good job to stay consistent. He's doing 2:20s and 2:21s basically every single lap, not making mistakes, other than that one tiny mistake he made earlier, which ultimately did not cost him in the context of getting engine damage. He could have been far worse off. Nope. I can never get this right. Which one is it, me? see there the risks of touching those bollards. Sometimes it can launch you up in the air and do all sorts of silly things. Sometimes you hit them and it doesn't look like anything happens to you, but your rivals see you go flying through the air. So sometimes that's a visual glitch, sometimes you actually get launched in the air and have to try and scramble to make the corner. So we saw Caliber in once again, running out of fuel as standard in his strategy. He's coming out 22 seconds down this time, so he's made up half the distance, and it's before half distance of the race. So it's looking like the strategy is working, the pace is strong. He might catch Splash in this stint, and it'll be... oh, I shouldn't catch Splash. It'll be bad for the second Aquapex car if he gets caught. The gap now 4 seconds ahead to Randy Moore. And Dodo has pulled out to 10.9 now seconds. But remember, the tyre wear scenario says Randy Moore will come back later in this stint, as they're only 1/3 of the way through on the tyre wear. So it's a long way from being over, but defending champions, Carthor Whitlike Esports, are leading the race once again. They took a lot longer to lead the race last time out. I've been lying this entire time. I've been saying Randy Moore made the mistake, and in fact it was his teammate Felipe who made that mistake, because that was the second stint. So I saw Felipe in the chat, and he's probably loving me blaming Randy Moore, and Randy Moore probably losing his mind because every time I say he made the mistake when it was his teammate. But alas, Felipe MMN, you have been called out. It was your mistake, not Randy Moore. But I'm seeing the GTSB car as the GTSB car, and they were leading both stints very convincingly last time out when their various errors occurred, which caused them to lose the lead. But now another 14.4 from Dodo, barely missing out on his best lap that time by. Let's have a quick look at that gap between Splash and Caliber. So Splash with a 15.2, Caliber, oh, it's only an out lap, sorry, I thought it was the first flying lap. I was thinking, here we go, will he make the time up? But the answer is no, not yet. Still half of this stint to go, using all the roads, sitting up on top of the sausage curbs, but not going over the top. That's key if you want to stay fast, and using all the road. This is where great drivers like Caliber, like Randy Moore, like Felipe, they make it look so easy. And yes, Mike, I'm saying, I'm not blaming Randy. I made a mistake. It was Felipe. Randy Moore was the man who won the first stint from Evotropic. It was, I think, 5 seconds or something in the end between the two of them. Yeah, 4.7 seconds between first and second at the end of that first stint. And in the second stint, Felipe made the mistake and ended up losing 1 minute and 19 seconds to the Hubble Guys car of TS040, and he is in the race for Stint 2 once again. So look forward to seeing the Stint 2 winner in the first edition back again in Stint 2 of the second edition. And as much as this has been a fantastic race at the front, we have to remember that Stint 2 will be a different set of drivers, so not necessarily the same combatants at the front. And we have to try and remember to keep the combined results together instead of getting transfixed on just the leaders of any given stint, because it's about who's doing what over the context of the race. We could see the sports car worldwide team here of Donati F1 fighting for the podium in the second stint if the second driver has a good one, or if the guys ahead have dramas on their second stint. They could also be going backwards and end up fighting with Mike and Kevin's teammates, who are at this stage 40 seconds behind and comfortably behind. However, it may end up being that they are fighting each other for the race position of P6 at the end of this one, because the second drivers are of a different speed than than the first drivers. Buck Tizzy saying Randy Moore is, and I quote, an angel of some sort. An angel of speed or a demon of speed? I think I'd rather be a demon of speed than an angel of speed. And he's now got half a tank burned. Slightly better tyre wear than the car for Whitlock Esports #1 car still. The #1 defending champions. They have renewed their battle with the GTSV racing team. This time, they are the leader in the first stint. However, the gap is only 11 seconds. And we know that once the tyre wear starts to kick in, which it will do in the next couple of laps, Randy Moore will start closing up on Dodo once again. To lap the WEC FF car of Simo, who has continued to make that really weird wobble. I thought that was just an outlap warm-up thing. He is still making that weird wobble. It's like he's got a steering wheel with no feedback and he's trying to go straight. Oh, gets a little bit tangled up there with Dodo, who's trying to lap him for the second time. I wonder, it could also be latency, as I am streaming from Australia. And that is a good distance away from basically everyone else in the field and our host, which is Titch, Tom, in Belgium, Simo, of course, in the UK. So it's got a long way to go all the way across the world and back again. But yeah, that little shimmy is very concerning. It might be a controller? Just the way it comes back to center. I reckon that's a controller. Yeah, that's definitely a stick being tapped more than it is. Yeah, so there's little corrections trying to get the car to point in a straight line. But the answer is normally just let it point in whatever an angle it is and then correct it once and get yourself back to the correct side of the road at the end of the straight. And not worry about it too much, to sit there wobbling, going left, oh, I've gone a bit too far, go back right, oh, go back left, go back right. You end up scrubbing off a lot of speed and covering a lot of extra distance, instead of just letting it wander a little bit down the road and then correcting it very back. Yep, Adam is confirming that he believes Simo is on a controller, and that makes sense based on the inputs. As a former pad, oh, it's run wide, just keeps it alive there. That could have been bad, but no, as a former controller user, I know what it's like, and that's why I said you just got to give up on it sometimes and just fix it at the end of the straight instead of trying to fight too hard to correct a steering thing. And yep, Felipe's saying that yes, Randy did make a mistake, but he did that in Stint 3, and I was asleep and I didn't see it. But I had heard that both of the GTSV drivers ended up making mistakes that ultimately cost them the win. Felipe's was... it was incredible, is the only way to say it, because he hadn't put a foot wrong the entire time. It was a great drive. He was doing a fantastic job. Very quick. Not as quick as his teammate, but still very quick, very consistent. Somehow, Simo gets a 5-10 penalty there. That's a bit absurd. I don't think he's done anything wrong, to be honest with you. I did not see how he had crossed the white line and gained time, but the game decided he had done so and gave a 5-10th penalty, which he very correctly cleared before starting the next lap. As Randy Moore and and Splash come through to lap him once more, but Splash is in. He has once again boxed only 4 minutes after the half-hour stint mark, which means, I believe, that slightly lower fuel strategy means he is now worked out that he can't do the 36s, and he doesn't really fancy doing a 20-minute stint, but he might fancy doing a 26-minute stint, which keeps him basically on, means he has to do one less lap on rubbish tyres at the end of each stint. He'd reckon that's probably quicker than doing one stint that's only 20 minutes long. And that siren is bloody loud and friggin' annoying. I could not imagine being stuck at Spa for 24 hours with that siren screaming in your ear as you try and focus on making your car go around this track faster than anyone else. And Donati comes out ahead of Splash, so Splash is going to have to make a pass on Donati if he wants to continue his assault on the top three. This will be interesting because Splash hasn't really had to race anyone since qualifying fourth. He has sat fourth. Even though he's been making ground forward and backward, he's been unable to actually fight since the start of this race. And it will be interesting to see if he can do enough to catch Donati, pass Donati, and then make any inroads on Randy Moore for third place. I believe there was a late withdrawal in the chat. Someone's asking... he's asking, are we missing some drivers? And yes, we are missing one team. Someone had a PlayStation failure this morning, and despite trying everything they could not get it to boot up, meaning they were forced to withdraw merely an hour before the race because they couldn't find a replacement teammate, unfortunately. So they had to withdraw. And yeah, unfortunately, having one drive for 12 hours just isn't possible, really. Like doing 6 hours in 9, which is what these drivers have to do. If you do the first stint and do the third stint, you have to drive 6 hours in 9 hours. It's very tough. It's exhausting. You exit the car absolutely stuffed. And then you go away, have something to eat, visit the bathroom, and you've got to be back in the car in 90 minutes time. And it's genuinely tough to get out of a race car that you've just done a 3-hour stint in and get back in and hop straight back into that rhythm. It's much easier to stay in the car for the extra hour or whatever when you're tired but you're already in the groove than it is to hop out, go do something else, and then try and switch your brain back on to try and make it possible to try and do the things you were doing just 3 hours ago. You have to actually be very careful that you just build the rhythm back up and you don't jump in the car and immediately try and do the things you were doing in that third hour earlier, because you're not going to be able to. You've been mentally elsewhere, somewhere else, for the last 3 hours, and it's actually very challenging to try and get back in a car. We used to do a lot of endurance racing where we're doing live driver swaps instead of lobby shifts like this, and it was genuinely a struggle to hop back into a race car that you'd already got out of, knowing that you had done a 4-hour stint and you'd been so confident and quick, and then the car just doesn't feel the same. Ah, yes, of course, Adam pointing out that the WTRC, the World Tour Racing Club, they had an entry last time out, and unfortunately they were scheduled to do a run this time, but their second driver, unfortunately, had a injury while playing some sport and was unable to participate. And very kindly, Tom sent his teammate... Sorry, it was a different car that had an injury. And Tom sent his teammate over to that car in order to pull the WTRC car in order to run the event more completely as a host. So he is hosting the lobby and will be hosting the stream in stints 2 and 4. So looking forward to the World Tour Racing Club manager hosting the stream and doing commentary for you all, as well as doing his best to try and keep everyone updated on positions during the race. Unfortunately, my technology for that is so badly put together you cannot work out what's going on, and we would get updates and results for this race tomorrow morning my time, hopefully not too long after the end of the race, as the hourly, so the end of stint results will come together as it happens. Right, sorry, back to the racing. I've been distracted for too long. Splash on the back of Donati. New tyres versus old tyres. He's quicker on best lap, but that doesn't mean he's going to be passed in a jiffy. The Jaguar of Donati F1 putting up a fight. Can can Splash. He's done it again. He's done the thing where he runs out wide and stays out of the slipstream, so he doesn't get the overspeed until after Eau Rouge and Radillon, because you can't go too wide here. So he gets the overspeed, stays narrow on the exit. He's now got the run side by side up the Kemmel Straight. He's still on the outside, unable to clear. He's going to have to outbrake him on the outside. Half a car clear. They brake at the same time. He will go around the outside. Does the job. Little release of the brake pedal, and he's through into Les Combes. Now he can push and attack to try and catch Randy Moore. Hopefully the little slipstream gave him a small benefit, because I don't think he gained any time in Les Combes that time around. The gap between himself and Randy Moore. He's 104 off Dodo, and that Randy Moore is 15 off Dodo. He's made a mistake somewhere. There's a 16.8. They've lost ground to the Carthwall team. So he is 40 seconds. 50 seconds apart, sorry. And with a full fuel pit stop coming up for Randy Moore, the gap will be under 5 seconds. No! Caliber's disconnected! A huge moment for the Aquapax racing team. NLR Caliber 50 has disconnected from third place. This would have been a massive finish. It would have been great to see them fighting Randy Moore and Dodo for the win on their different strategies. But unfortunately, it's all come unstuck. Disconnection, fastest man, pole position, fastest lap, charging through the field. He's disconnected. Oh, I've talked him up so much, and it's all gone wrong. Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. Oh, I've cursed them. That's just so disappointing. It's worth noting they're not out of the race, as they are still able to be classified, losing a lap to the last place car, but it has taken them right out of contention for the win. And based on the quality of the race so far, you would say it's going to be very hard for them to make up time and get back into the podium. I can't see them making the podium, but they're going to try and fight and get back to the top 5. That's just so disappointing. I had them earmarked as one of the teams to watch. It was going to be a grandstand finish between Caliber, Dodo and Randy Moore to see who can get back through, who can take the lead in the final minutes of this race. I said it would be solved by no more than 5 seconds, and unfortunately that is no longer the case. Defending champions Carthwall Whitlake Esports #1 with KW Dodo 33 at the wheel is now the undisputed leader. He is winning this race by 15 seconds to GTS v Randy Moore. Strategy or no strategy, these are now the real positions. 30 seconds further back is THG Sonam 8246. Now, interestingly, he is 20 seconds ahead of SDM Splash in the sole remaining Aquapax racing car. And that's important because Sonam is doing the 36-minute stints. He is doing the required stint lengths to save a pit stop. And that means that this is their real position once the pit stops pan out. Splash has just taken his, and Sonam will have to come in shortly. However, Splash will need one more stop between now and the finish than Sonam. So from this point onward, we'll need exactly the same number of stops. So his fight is actually with Sonam at this point, but he's only 20 seconds behind before this round of stops, which means he has made up 25 seconds in the first 1 hour and 45 minutes of this race. With 1 hour and 15 to go, he has to make up a further 19 seconds over Sonam. Remember, every time Splash comes out, his opponents are now on older tyres, but every time his opponents come out, they are the ones on newer tyres. And you can see Donati in the background there, who also needs to take that stop, same as Sonam, close in on Splash, so a mistake from Splash. These two are legitimately for position, so when Donati was fighting him, that was the right choice for him because they are legitimately fighting for position. They're on different strategies, but those strategies mean that this position is legitimate. It is for real. Where they are right now is where they will shake out in terms of pit strategy. So it's important for him to stay with Splash in case Splash makes any sort of mistake, gets it wrong on the fuel, gets a little bit of damage, has to then try and carry damage to try and not take an extra pit stop. He needs to stay there and stay on pace because now he's in 5th place overall, no questions asked. He could end up 4th here, and even with Sonam, if Sonam and Splash end up together and then racing and battling and fighting, Donati could end up stealing 3rd place in this stint. And yeah, Evil Dragon, that's true. That's the problem with running races for each stint, is you can't jump back in. Back when we had the dramas of open lobbies, basically, you could rejoin. You'd lose maybe 2 laps or something of being disconnected and then rejoining, but it felt like you were still in the race as opposed to sitting out for an hour and a half waiting to see how many laps down you will start the next one. So Caliber's teammate in AXR Liam will be starting from the rear of grid in the next one. He's going to have to do a lot of work to first overtake everyone to then rejoin the fight at the front if he is in that fight, because we don't know how quick Liam is compared to the second stint drivers. But for the Aquapax racing team, tragedy strikes only halfway into the first stint, an hour and a half into a 12-hour race. It's genuinely disappointing for that to happen to them. But Caliber gets another attempt. He can still win stint 3, claim some redemption, prove his strategy and his pace was as good as we thought it was, and he can potentially win that stint, get some redemption back. Ultimately, though, their chances of winning this race are all but over, barring some significant issues for a lot of key contenders. But as we saw, and we saw again just now, this is motorsport, anything can happen. Engine damage can cost you a minute. Disconnections can cost you laps. A complete and total brain fade can see the stewards punish you incredibly severely. The chat is telling me that Liam is very fast historically, and I do not doubt that one bit. I just don't know if he can be as quick as Caliber was just then. And we see Randy Moore into the pits early. I believe he's still 1 lap early, so he's not making that time back. However, he's only 20 seconds away from the strategy working out. So he was able to shave 1 lap from the previous stint, and it's not really going to hurt him. So I think Kadri Dodo will abuse the fact that he will do that. He's doing the same strategy as Randy Moore. However, he's doing it 1 lap later, so he will take 1 less lap in the final stint in order to make it work. So they're slightly diverging, but ultimately really on the same strategy. So it's now become a fight between the 2 protagonists of the first edition, with Team GTS V Racing and Cathal Whitlake Esports 1. You see Randy Moore taking full fuel once again. Unfortunately unable to short fuel because he needs every last litre, and he only just comes out ahead of Splash. Splash is so close once again on half a tank. He's only 2 seconds down. He just needed to clear Donati a little bit earlier, and he would be almost within slipstream range to try and fight Randy Moore, to try and confuse him and try and force him into a mistake to extend his fight, to try and steal second place off him. But remember, Sonam is also in this fight on the same strategy as Randy Moore, and that's where Splash's real fight is. However, there's absolutely nothing wrong with him trying to get on terms with Randy Moore, to try and destabilize him, to try and get ahead of him, potentially hold him up while he's on worn tyres compared to Randy Moore's brand new tyres. Adam, with a good joke there, we're all in trouble if Liam is just as fast, and that is correct. You all would be in trouble if you've got two drivers doing 2:14.0s for 12 hours. They might actually find a way to win that race. Keller in the race director's chat was very upset with the car setup, not performing the way he liked, and was still dragging that car on a different strategy into the fight. He seemed to be enjoying himself, and he's very disappointed, but he gets another crack at it in Stint 3. Someone is asking for blue flags to be respected, so we need to keep an eye out for dramas there as Sonam pits, and he is once again behind Splash and Randy Moore, but Splash has to take one more stop, so that fight is far from over. Splash, however, 1.3 behind Randy Moore. He's so close to getting slipstream and being able to fight Randy Moore. The battle with Donati will just be grinding his gears. He knows if he'd been able to clear him just a little bit quicker, a little bit cleaner, he would be in that slipstream, fighting Randy Moore for second place in the remaining Aquapax racing car. Rob, XR Group, not particularly happy about that disconnect, but there's nothing that can be done, and he will be excited to see if Splash of Speed Demon Motorsports, a loaned driver as in rented, can get their car onto the second step of the podium in Stint 1, but it looks like Randy Moore's got more grip in Bruxelles. He takes 2/10 out of Splash. Splash now on the downhill. Can he gain? No, once again, stronger performance from Randy Moore on the corners. The tyre wear just starting to hurt Splash, just as he needs to make up ground. And now he's lost 4/10 in Sector 2. It's clearly the grip sector, and it's hurting him. Seems that Caliber was a late addition to the Aquapax team as well, and hasn't done much work on the car, but he's got another 4 hours to sort it out for himself if he wants to try and be even faster in Stint 3, and that's a dangerous statement to hear that Caliber will be faster in Stint 3. Not might be faster, he will be faster once he sorts that car out, because right now he's had to detune it to make the tyres last. So if he can make the tyres last better, he can make it even faster again. And yet looks like Splash just not quite able to get there. 1.5 seconds, it's just out of reach. He needs Randy Moore to make a tiny mistake, run wide out of turn 1 and get on the AstroTurf, and he will be all up in there. Oh, Randy Moore using all the curb there, a big wobble from Splash, gains 2/10 on the middle of the first quarter. It's down to 1.3, but it's not the slipstream. He makes up another 2/10 down the straight, and it's 1 second at the Sector 1 point, turning in for the start of Sector 2, but as we saw last lap, Splash doesn't have the grip. He could have made a couple of just little tiny mistakes, pushing a little bit too hard. If he can clean it up, he might be able to bring it back, but Randy Moore already gains 2/10 in Lake Coombe. He gained 2/10 here in Bruxelles last time around. Oh, Splash is still pushing. He's a very quick driver as well. Aquapax Racing has shown up with a fantastic lineup, a great looking car in both the Corvette and the AMG, and they are a fantastic chance to end up on the podium with either of those cars until the unfortunate disconnected Caliber, but we know he will be fighting to win his stint, and he knows his teammate will be doing the same. A big slide there from Splash. He's desperate to stay with Randy Moore. but it looks like the tyres are just starting to get away from him. The fuel's in the right window, but the tyres are not. He's lost 8 tenths in that middle sector to Randy Moore. He's only 3 tenths down on his PB, but Randy Moore is going. He's pulling away from him, and that's not even PBs for Randy Moore. It looks like the Corvette is quicker in a straight, but the Aston Martin on brand new tyres is quicker in Sector 2, whereas last time out we were all talking about how quick the Aston Martin was in a straight line and the AMGs couldn't compete. It looks like they've tuned the Aston Martin to be quicker in the corners, not as aggressive in the straights. They've bought themselves some fuel economy, they've bought themselves some better tyre wear, and they've ended up with a quicker race car over a Stint. They've got a better strategy, but unfortunately they are still 16 seconds off their old rivals in Whitlake Esports, who are now 16 seconds ahead in the lead. Long stint to go though, and because of the way they are phasing their pit stops, the KW car has a better tyre wear at the start of the stint, which means their tyre wear disadvantage isn't as noticeable at the end of the stint, which means that Randy Moore isn't able to make back any time compared to normal. However, for one lap and one lap only, he gets a big undercut at the start of every stint, sorry. Now, I haven't looked at the Mike and Kevin battle for a while, and Groot, I was actually very excited that Groot had managed to sneak through on Mike and Kevin, and Kevin and Mountain King still 14 seconds apart. That gap has been 10 or 12 seconds the entire time. So Donati, though, running out of grip there, run out of fuel. He needs to box this lap, and he will have 1 hour to go. One pit stop remaining for the for the World Endurance Championship Fan Forums team. He has got 1 stop remaining after this, and then everyone else will have 2, and I believe Splash has 3. If I'm not mistaken. I am mistaken. He has 2 as well. No, he's 3. Yeah, sorry. I'm not very good at this suddenly. Groot's in. But the gap between Mike and Kevin... I think Kevin's had an extra stop. No. Mike pitted a lap earlier than Kevin this time around, interestingly. So they are on the same strategy with full tanks, and they will both do, I believe, 1 more stop to the end of this race, because they've only just taken their second last stops. Mountain King in the second Carthol Whitlake Esports car, only 14 seconds down. 6th place is still very much on the cards for these guys, and Groot with only 1 stop remaining as well, and much more fuel and better tyres could also keep up. Simo managing to come in, no damage once again. Another long stint for him. There was a 229 there. I think he's made a little mistake, had a spin, but as you can see, no damage. So he's done what he had to do. Another clean stint. That's 2 hours now, and he's made 1 mistake, and it was on his in-lap anyway. He has 1 more pit stop to get through, and then he can hand over to his teammate in the WEC FF car. So his teammate, his teammate is SCW, which is Sports Car Worldwide, Chicken 64, and hopefully he can have a little bit more luck, a bit more pace, and get closer to the front of this field. I believe his teammate is on a wheel, so it should be at least a little bit smoother for him compared to Simo, now in 10th place. And 6 minutes off the lead, so you expect him to lose another couple of minutes between now and the end of the race. But crucially, staying clean, respecting blue flags, keeping out of the way, not doing anything crazy. And there is still 10 hours remaining in this race, 1 hour remaining in this stint. 10 hours remaining in the World Tour Racing Club, 12 hours of Spa, addition to proudly presented here on YouTube with official tyre sponsor, Hankook. Back to the lead, and we see that Dodo's done his best lap on the previous lap, a 2:14.418. The gap is now 17 seconds to GTS Randy Moore, and his gap to his gap to Splash is now out to 3.2 seconds. It was as low as 1.0, 3.4, 3.6. Oh, for a second there I thought potentially Splash had made a mistake, but no, he's just losing ground in small increments. He is now 32 seconds clear of Sonam, which was a 30-second gap earlier, and he will come out something in the region of 12 seconds behind, with both drivers requiring one more stop. But it's a PB from Sonam, a 15.1. He's made up 7/10 on the previous lap. We have oh geez, I lost where I was. In the chat we have Adam talking about the WCFF cars, talking about the old Pescarolos, and he's right on the money there. That's like the Peugeot Pescarolos from 2003 with those lovely blue and green liveries. That was a fantastic looking car. If you've played from Gran Turismo 4 through Gran Turismo 6, that Peugeot Pescarolo was in the game, and it was probably one of the best looking prototypes on livery. Granted, the chassis wasn't necessarily pretty, but it was a lovely combination of blue and green. And he's absolutely right, the World Endurance Championship fan forums, or WEC fan forums, looks well, not exactly, it reminds us of those classic early 2000s liveries. And yeah, Adam again with the Donati and Baker being top 5 overall at the end. Donati's top 5 overall right now, and he will be by the end of this race, assuming he keeps up his effort. He's only 26 seconds behind Donati, so behind Sonam for P4, and he's a full 51 seconds ahead of the Speed Stars of THG Mike, who is still 2.7 seconds ahead of his THG compatriot in THG Kevin. And Kevin with better tyres and a little bit more fuel, but I think he's got one less lap under his belt. And he has done his own PB with a 2:15.7 on the previous lap. So it looks like, yeah, and Mountain King as well on his own PB. 2:16.4, not as quick, but the gap is still 15 seconds. So his ultimate pace isn't as strong. However, his consistency is probably better, allowing him to stay in touch. And it appears the track is quick with a couple of PBs being set in the last few laps. So if you're not going fast now, you've got no excuse. Splash down into the red. This will be his last lap before he boxes. And then we'll have one pit stop to go. He'll pit at the 2 hour and 4 minute mark, leaving him with 56 minutes to do 2 stints. So he gets to short fuel and do 2 28s, or a 30 and a 26, depending on how he wants to manage his fuel and tyres. Matthew Pegg in chat confirming that Simo is on a pad. And apparently the WC Fan Forums car is done in the same blue and green that is on the official World Endurance Championship headers, which is actually something I didn't realise, because you are correct. The World Endurance Championship loves those blue and green colours for its official documentation. And they have very cleverly incorporated that into a livery, made it look very pretty, reminded us of the Pescarola, which of course was made famous at Le Mans by Henri Pescarola himself, which is what the World Endurance Championship centres around. So it's all come back 360. We've done a full circle of how we got here, why we've ended up here, and it's all part of the same family. Looking back at Sonam, excuse me, I bumped things, and that's another PB with a 15.0. So he's made up nearly 1.4 seconds in the last couple of laps here. Splash on the old tyres, starting to fatigue here. So that gap, it was going the right way for him. He'll be in this lap, but he's going to have a bit of a task, because he's going to have to find another 15 seconds if he wants third place. That inability to go the 36-minute stint, he hasn't quite been able to save as much fuel as the Cathal Whitlake Esports Team 1. and that's going to cost him in the strategy department an extra pit stop. He's going to lose an extra 45 or so seconds, and that means that Sonam is going to get a chance to fight him and defeat him by Stint. And as we see Randy Moore now out to almost 18 seconds behind the Carthol Whitlock's car, Team GTSV, the Belgian team. I've been very much ignoring that and not mentioning the fact that GTSV is a Belgian team with Belgian drivers, and they did Belgium very proud in the Belgian race at Spa-Francorchamps here for the 12 Hours World Tour Racing Club's 12 Hours of Spa Edition 2. Splash again from 5 to 95. He needs to just put 90 in and finish with 0. Make the car 5 litres lighter for the last 2 hours. Oh, lovely sportsmanship from the second KWE car from Mountain King. Just jumping out of the way of GTSV Randy Moore. Not getting involved. His teammates in that fight, but very kindly not getting involved. He's clearly not a Peugeot driver because, you know, that was the whole thing at Le Mans. The WEC FF cars, and apparently some of the Sports Car Worldwide has been done by Ian Chicken, which is the Sports Car Worldwide Chicken 64, who we will see in the next stint. So please, in the second stint, talk about that man and his liveries, because they are fantastic. And quite honestly, I love the GTSV livery. It goes fantastic with the Hankook branding using their orange highlights, and he is trying his absolute best to try and get back on terms with the Carthol Whitlock Esports car number 1 with Dodo, formerly Evotropic. I must say, Dodo 33, not nearly as fun as Evotropic, because Evotropic just, you can do anything with that. You know, oh, he's winning so comfortably, it's like a day at the beach. You can just do anything with that name. And Dodo, well, you can only make jokes when things go wrong. And yeah, Adam getting my reference to Peugeot with flashback 2011, which is incredible because that was 11 or 10 and a half years ago now. Stop it, I'm getting old. Oh, what a great race that was. Fantastic race at Le Mans, and then backed up by an incredible Canadian Grand Prix, actually, that lasted another 4 hours. Meant about what was meant to be about 26 hours of racing felt like about 40, because there was non-stop action the whole way through. Kind of like the first edition was here, with the just non-stop battling that's gone on. This one has been a little bit calmer, but unfortunately we've been robbed of the fight that we should be seeing about now, with Caliber fighting back through on Randy Moore and Dodo to try and take the stint win. So we've been moderately robbed, just checking the gaps to try and see if there are any fights. Oh, Kevin's got a penalty just as he was looking close enough to catch Mike. He's going to have to give up another couple of tenths. He's going to have to do it cleverly, because then he can stay close to try and fight and catch the now 6th place Speed Stars THG Mike and make inroads. Loses a bit of ground there on the exit. He's going to lose even more when he takes that penalty. So he's going to end up more than 2 seconds back. Matthew Pigg reminding us that the 2011 edition of Le Mans, after 24 hours of racing, was settled by 13.8 seconds. And if you consider what the average speed at Le Mans is over the course of that race, which is something in the region of 200 kilometers an hour, which ends up being about 60 meters per second, that race ended up being sorted by, I believe it comes out to being about 700, 800 meters. So after 24 hours, it's separated by 800 meters, say, and that means you've gained 30 meters an hour. So, you know, we talk about doing 260 kilometers an hour. That race was sorted by 30 meters an hour. 0.03 kilometers an hour. Kevin managing to catch up there, down to 9 tenths. He might find a way back in, as these two have been providing us the entertainment for the middle section of this race, as the leaders were on different strategies And unfortunately, before it could all come back together, the pole-sitting, fastest driving, leading at times, based on strategy, Aquapax racing car of NLR Caliber 50 unfortunately disconnected and robbed us. Oh, Kevin running wide, 2 wheels in the AstroTurf, 2 wheels on the curbing, keeps it flat, car squirrels, but he keeps it on the road and keeps marching towards 6th place, but unfortunately loses time, unable just to quite get in the slipstream. He has done a lot of work to fuel save, to buy himself the laps he needs. Now he can run flat out to try and attack his THG counterpart, although they're in 2 separate teams. Of course, Kevin in the THG Academy car and Mike in the Speedstars car. Kevin here needs to find a way to get into that slipstream, to then fight Mike, to then beat him up the Camel Straight, and then find a way to break Mike's slipstream in Sector 2 so that Mike cannot fight back and take a big slipstream on the way up to Blanchimont and bus stop, to then get his own run out of La Source, up Eau Rouge, and into the Les Combes chicane to take back the position. It seems that Matthew, Adam and Buck have all made it to Le Mans for the 2011 edition. A genuinely historic and quite unforgettable race in Le Mans history. There have been many races that were interesting for various reasons, but 2011 was straight up unforgettable. And Adam now bringing up his past traumas on the back of seeing 2011. He watched the Pescarolo DNF with 2 hours to go, and he simply said 2016. And we all know that was Toyota's 23 hours and 56 minutes of Le Mans. A race they should have won. And I also was there. I thought, yes, I'm going to be there when history's made. As Kevin goes up the inside, he actually got the run done from 6/10 back, but he goes deep. Mike crisscrosses him. He's now on the inside for Malmedy after being passed in Les Combes. And unfortunately, Kevin is unable to get through. Great racing from Mike there. He was on the outside in Les Combes, and just as he did to Mountain King earlier on in the warm-up and at the start of the race, he made sure to brake at the perfect moment to get the car back across for Les Combes, to then switch back and beat his opponent to the inside line for Malmedy in order to keep the position. It's getting a bit fiercer. Earlier on it was, I'll lift off and just let him go and let's not do anything crazy. Now we're getting the side-by-side action. We've been in the car for 2.25 hours. We've got a feel for it. We know what it'll do on worn tyres because we've seen many stints of worn tyres now. It's starting to get to the business end. We're starting to see the racing with less bars hold. It's not quite no holds barred, but we're getting there. It's starting to get feistier. And me either, Adam. I cannot also watch it. All right. Adam also stressing watching 2 THG drivers as one of the heads of THG. Oh, Kevin around the outside in bus stop, outbrakes Mike. That is a quality overtake. Just outbrakes him, carries the speed, uses the outside line, takes the inside line back for the second corner. But now Mike right in behind him has the slipstream if he gets out of Rouge, sorry, out of La Source cleanly. But it's too good. He's too close behind. You'll see he now does not quite. No, he's given up a bit of speed down the hill. So he will be able to keep the overspeed up over Rouge and up Radion, down the Camel Straight. Doesn't get track limits, that's key. He's now pulling in at a couple of hundredths with each tick. He has to pick a side, pull out from the slipstream with the overspeed. Slingshots out to the outside. They're completely alongside up the Camel Straight. Who will break latest into Les Combes? He's slightly ahead, but Kevin breaks a tiny bit later, takes the racing line, and now he has the lead comfortably. It's now 3.5 tenths. Can Kevin pull ahead, or will Mike stay with him? Kevin runs a little bit wide. Mike gets the better run out through Malmedy down to Bruxelles. Kevin, no, Mike's outbraked himself. Kevin almost gets run into. Kevin should pull away, but Mike turns it back aggressively. The M6 is good in the middle speed corners. He's now trying to use all of that pace. Loses ground there, understeered wide, and had to try and recorrect. He has to stay within 7 tenths. It's 6 tenths right now. Dirty air for Pouon, but but he has more grip when those cars are fresh. It's 7 tenths, it's 7.5 tenths. He's broken the slipstream. Just Piff Paff and Stavilo before Mike needs to be in slipstream, and Kevin now might be able to run away. Piff Paff, he's down to 9 tenths. Is he saving fuel? This could be it. If he's saving fuel, he's not going to be in the slipstream. He needs to stay in the slipstream if he wants this fight. It's out to 1 second. Kevin's pushing hard, runs very wide, loses a little bit of ground, but it's not enough. He still just hangs on to the track limits, and it's 9 tenths. Mike won't get the slipstream. Kevin's done it. He's broken him. The slipstream is gone, and Kevin can actually pull away now. He's got a straight line advantage. It's worth a couple of tenths here. He'll do a really good job into bus stop. If he can get through bus stop and Lassource clean, he can actually pull away from his THG counterpart in the Speedstars. But Kevin, no, Mike knew this was it. He went very, very deep into bus stop, made the mistake, and car 269 is now 2 seconds behind, and Kevin's done it. He's broken Mike, and the battle for 6th for now is settled. Still one more pit stop, still 45 more minutes. That's another 20 laps to get through. It's not over, but for right now, the battle is settled in favour of the Academy, THG Academy driver, THG Kevin 32. And I don't think the full THG driver for Speedstars, THG Mike 65, I don't think he's going to be too happy about that. We check back in on Splash, and he has got the gap to Sonam down to 11 seconds. He is making inroads on Sonam when Sonam's tyres are worn. Sonam doing 15, mid-high 15s, 0.5, 0.6, 0.8, 0.9. But the last couple of laps from Splash have been very strong. A 14.999 on the previous lap. A 14.864 on this lap. He is starting to make big ground. 1 second a lap. He's got 11 seconds to make up, and he has to get a lot of this done right here, right now, while Sonam is on worn tyres. Sonam's got about 30 litres left, which means he's got 3 or 4 laps before he can pit. Sonam has to get to 2 hours and 24 minutes, which means he's 4 laps away. It's easy to work out, kids. So he's 4 more laps for Splash to try and make big inroads, and then Splash will have to sit back and wait for his own stop. Another 4 laps after that, and then it is a straight fight between those two, but Splash will have better tyres for that last stint. But this is the key moment, because he can take a big chunk of time out of Sonam right now, and if he can take that big chunk out, he can put pressure on Sonam, and Sonam with that pressure might make a mistake, might force him to try and make a little bit of ground that he doesn't need to take when he comes out on fresh tyres. It might burn his tyres out a little bit and allow Splash to then close up the remainder of the gap in the dying stages. So we've been robbed of watching one Aquapax car trying to come through and fight for the win, but instead we're going to get the second Aquapax car on a slightly different strategy, fighting back through to try and pass THG, the Humble Guys, and their driver Sonam 8246 for the podium in Stint 1. But he's already made up 5 tenths on this lap. He needs to keep going. Didn't quite get it through there. He's only 2 tenths down on his PB, but he needs to keep making ground. And the Corvette, the absolute freight train in the fast straights. There's not much driver skill going on there. The hard work is done, getting the lap time in the corners, and right now he is doing that. The Corvette's quicker in the straights, but the AMG is a fantastic car in Sector 2. Splash gets it under 10 seconds. 9.9. He's clean in the first part. Down to 9.7. It's clean through the second part. 9.6. He's pulled 5 tenths in 1 quarter. It's a 14.979. And Sonam, who was trying to get past Groot, that's where the time loss was, with a 16.3, loses 1.3 seconds. I can already hear the Humble Guys team radio firing up with complaints, but hey, that's endurance racing. Part of the challenge is dealing with lap traffic. This isn't even multi-class. We could have very slow lap traffic, but that's just regular lap traffic. The thing is though, Group will have to be lapped by Splash as well because they are on a similar strategy. Group will not pit before Splash and they will both have to be pass each other on track. There will be no chance to pass each other in pit lane unless Group makes a mistake and ends up with damage, forcing him to pit early. He's only 30 seconds behind Mountain King though, who will take his final stop shortly, which is, he's now brought the gap down to Mike to 11 seconds. It was 15 to Kevin at one point, so 14.8. It's been 12, it's been 10, but Mountain King is having his best stint of the race. 16s and 17s exclusively. Mike's tyres are cooked. He's outdoing 18s. So even though we saw earlier, Mike was quicker over one lap, Mountain King's consistency is fantastic. He's doing the work for the second Cathol Whitlag Esports 2 car and is putting in a performance to try and close in at the death of this first stint. This is what he needs to do to the end of the race. He can catch Mike. You could just see Mike going through turn one as he came out of bus stop. It's target acquired. He's finally got within eyesight. It's 40 minutes to go. There's less than 20 laps and he can catch the car in front for position, giving himself and his teammate the chance to try and steal 7th overall even after this first stint concludes. He made a little mistake there in turn one and lost half a second, but he is still clearly on the march forward, gaining on Mike with every lap. That was another 9/10. And we see Kevin just being lapped by Randy Moore there. The two Aston Martins. Hopefully Kevin can see what Randy Moore's doing, learn a little bit and apply it in the next stint, because his gap was 3.5 seconds, but having let through the leader, it's now down to 2.6. And then with the dirty air, runs very wide. He'll lose even more time. He has to be careful because if he makes any real mistake, the Speedstars car number 269 of THG Mike will be all over him. But Mike makes his own mistake and now 3.2 seconds down. Almost died on the AstroTurf, going through No Name there. Which means that Mountain King will close back in. Yes, the 5/10 that he lost earlier in the lap, it's come back to him. This race is far from over. Mountain King chasing Mike, Mike chasing Kevin. We've got Splash chasing Sodam. It's down to 8 seconds. I'll push the right button in a moment. Oh, a little wobble there, but he knows he has to make ground right now. Sonam can't pit. Sonam doesn't have the fuel mileage. He can't respond. He has to put pressure on him right now. Having a look, he's done 14.9, 14.8, 14.9, 14.9. They're all great laps. He's using a little bit too much steering lock, and that can actually be refined out. He just needs a tiny bit less lock, and he'll get better tyre wear and better speed. But because he's pushing so hard, he's turning the steering wheel too much. You can hear the front tyres screaming in protest. You saw he ran wide in the first part of pit path, which meant he ran wide in the second part, hit those bollards, lost 20k an hour for nothing, and he'll be down a good chunk of time. Yeah, he's down 6/10 instead of only 2. But if he just takes it a little bit calmer, he'll get the steering lock back, he'll get the grip back, and he'll be able to make more ground on Sonam in the final stint. So he's just got to be a little bit sensible, and he'll be able to make back ground, but he's just trying a little bit too hard. And that's what you didn't hear coming from Randy Moore. That's what you didn't hear coming from Dodo. That's what you didn't hear coming from Caliber. There wasn't very much screaming of tyres when he was going through the high-speed corners. It's always just a little chirp here and there. They're steering as much as possible without generating understeer. But that's the fine line you have to cross, whereby a little bit more turn might be more rotation in the actual car, but it also could end up being understeer. You end up scraping the tyre, overheating them, burning them up, and it costs you at the end of the stint. And there you saw a 15.5, so he lost a big chunk of time making that mistake in Piff Path, the former lap, but I think he still gained on Sonam. Yep, it was another 6/10. So it could still come down to this, well, not could, it will still come down to this final stint, but it was a critical lap for him because Sonam will be in this lap. That's the 2 hours and 24 minutes, which means we will see the GTSV car with Randy Moore at the wheel. He will be in this lap for his final pit stop, and he will make the car take another set of tyres and a full tank of fuel, and that will be him hopefully done to the end of this stint. His attempt to chase down the Cathal Whitlock Esports number 9 is falling away. They are 19 seconds down. And there we go. Next lap in, we will see Dodo, I believe. Yep, he has to be in next lap. The gap will be 19 seconds. In theory, he can lightly short fuel his car, as it doesn't look like they'll be getting an extra lap much longer than 3 hours. They'll be crossing the line at about 3 hours and 30 or 40 seconds. They will not be crossing with 2 hours and 59 to go, forcing the extra lap. To Psycho Delusion, which I believe is Illusion. I am Steve CC, commentating for the World Tour Racing Club's Spa 12 Hours Edition 2. And we have Kevin and Mike in the pits. They were 6 seconds apart when they came in. And now Mountain King, who goes by, he's got a couple more laps on fuel. Now, that means he will take less time in the pit stop. He's got about 10 more litres than them. So he will spend 1.5 seconds less in the stop. So he might be able to make up a little bit more ground, get that gap under 10 seconds. But realistically, he should pit this lap and focus on not losing too much time on worn tyres. Oh, goes a little bit deep. He's in the 18s now. The grip isn't quite there. And Groot, oh, this is big. Kevin is going to have to pass Groot on track in order to keep ahead of his teammate, well, not teammate, his compatriot, THG Mike. Oh, but he's also had to let Splash through. Oh, this has got very interesting. So Splash, who's trying to make inroads, has to now clear Groot, and Kevin has to also clear Groot. But Groot has one stop remaining, but this is 4th position. So, oh, big wobble there from Groot. 1:4:07 for the WEC Fan Forums car Porsche. Oh, he's tried to move out the way as Splash got there. But unfortunately, because he's moved over, it's allowed Kevin through. That was key for Kevin. He had to get that done quickly. He now needs to hook onto Splash and cop some tow if he wants to stand any shot of staying ahead of Mike, who will be coming for him. Mike's still 5 seconds down, unfortunately for him. But also with the Mountain Kings, consistency at the end of this race. These guys all need to be very sharp. So we see Splash is now 1:09 down, knowing that Sonam is in this lap. Randy Moore is behind him, but Randy Moore has made his stop, will not get interfered with by Sonam. We know that Dodo is in for his final stop. How much fuel does he put in? Fueling the car now. Sonam will be in. Randy Moore will take back second place. Splash is only 4.86. Alright, Splash still has to take his stop, which we'll get later on. But for the moment, he will come out well ahead of Sonam. Remember, the gap is only 45 seconds for a pit stop. Oh, he's short fueled by 2. Ooh, very risky strategy there. To, you know, they've got an extra lap of fuel, but we'll only save 2. So no risks being taken here by the Cathal Whitlock Esports team. They're taking it very sensibly, doing all the right things, not maximising the pace, just making sure, because ultimately it's a great idea to race to the end of the 3rd hour, but the end of the 3rd hour isn't the end of the race, and consequences here will matter by race end. So it's better to play safe early on and start doing the risky stuff at the business end of the race. As much as this is the business end of this stint, it's not the business end of the race. There is still 9.5 more hours of racing left to go before we get to that point of crowning a champion for the World Tour Racing Club's Spa 12 Hours Edition 2. Your current reigning champions from Edition 1, Cathal. I keep doing Cathal. I keep putting the W in that. I'm very sorry to that team. I'm sorry to Cathal with like Esports 2. They keep messing their name up. But their lead is now 18.9 seconds. They have brand new tyres, a full tank of fuel. The strategy between themselves and the GTSB team, Team Belgium, is the same. They are now in a straight fight to the finish. Splash only 4.5 seconds down. Unfortunately, the fuel mileage not enough to keep them on the same strategy because the pace has been fantastic. They were the fourth quickest car all day, and they were just almost quick enough to be third quickest, fighting with Randy Moore for the podium back when Caliber in the leading Aquapax racing car was still in the race. But now they've inherited third, and they are fighting to try and get to second. So reminder that the second stint has Groot in the car. Groot had a okay race last time out with the two Aquapax cars, a few dramas, a few mistakes, but Liam will be taking over the formerly leading Aquapax racing car in the Mercedes, and Groot will be taking over this Aquapax racing Corvette in the second stints, and hopefully they can continue their incredible run as they've moved from 5th and 8th in the first edition to 1st and 4th now, unfortunately 3rd and not currently running. I believe Adam, who is hosting GTS 40, is hosting the second stint, is saying that the second lobby is open. So drivers stint 2 drivers are encouraged to join that lobby so that the grid can be set live, as any positions that change on track will have to be changed in that lobby as it goes down. So it's much easier to get it set nice and early and then modify 1 or 2 positions rather than spend the last 30 seconds frantically trying to shift everyone around. Oh, we see a yellow flag! Is that Randy Moore? Randy Moore's made a mistake! This is huge! I'm not sure if he's hit the wall. 1 second. V is what I want. Oh, yes, yes! Alright. I made a mistake there. So, Randy Moore's come through. Like who? Run wide? No. He's just run a little wide through Malmedy. Touched the gravel. Spun! Done a 360, kept it off the walls. Huge, incredible moment. That is a massive scare and a massive save. Randy Moore making one of the spookiest things in this race. Just pushing too hard. Ooh. Uh-oh. We have lagged. I'll just have to exit spectating and rejoin spectating. Wow! We saw the cloud of dust in the distance, and oof, that was close. But what that's done is it's ultimately not damaged the GTSB team's chances. It was a mistake and it's cost them maybe 3 or 4 seconds, but it hasn't actually caused them any damage or an extra pit stop. Had he made the wall, that would have been a damaged pit stop. It would have put Splash ahead and they would suddenly be fighting with Sonam for second place. So Splash, Sonam and Randy Moore would all have been fighting for the second place. So scary moment for Randy Moore. Just zoned out there, not really realising he was understeering through Malmedy on pretty good tyres. Just held it flat and nearly paid the price, but got away with a spooky spin. He was just looking at the wall there. Oh boy. We don't need that excitement this early, boys. Calm down. Incredible save. I can already hear Felipe and the other GTSV boys getting on the radio going, "Bro, what are you doing? The lead's 23 seconds, we can still win, don't crash trying." Oh, that could have been so much worse, but he's got away with it. And ultimately, if that's the worst mistake you make, you will take that. That is a good race result. So Splash now only 3.3 seconds behind, but still owes us a pit stop, and he will take it on this lap. The gap he has almost ran wide off the edge of Poo on there. He's pushing as hard as he can. He's trying to extend the gap over Sonam. The gap is 38.5 seconds. They need about 45 to take a stop. But because he's gone so deep into this race, 2 hours and 34 minutes by the time he pits, he only has to do 26 minutes, which is about it'll be 12 laps, maybe 11, I'm not sure. I haven't been keeping track on this one because the racing has been too active for me to pull the spreadsheet up and start working things out. So it means he can short fuel. He needed 90 litres to do 30 minutes, which means he can probably get away with putting in, say, 75, maybe 80, and that'll save him a couple of seconds in the pit stop, which means that 45-second wait ends up being 43, 42, maybe 41 seconds. So he's going to come out right behind Sonam. Sonam's been out on track for a couple of laps. You can just see a little bit of red on the tyres. He's got maybe 80, 77 litres of fuel on board right now. Splash will need to put in a little bit more than that because, of course, he's burning fuel at a higher rate, but he will have fresh tyres and they will be about 3 seconds apart on track. But Splash with the fresher tyres, similar weight car, he's been quicker this race on raw pace, so he will have the advantage and have the ability to chase down Sonam for the podium. The Humble Guys racing team against the Aquapax racing car for the podium at the end of Stint 1. We thought that Splash was potentially fighting Randy Moore for third, but he's now fighting Sonam for third because the strategy has just played out that way. It was almost a three-way fight. Does he exit? Sonam takes third place, waiting for Splash. There he is! He's coming out! The gap is 4, 5, it'll be 6 or 7 by the time he gets to the top of the hill. That might be too much for him to make up, but if there's anything Splash can do, he's going to do it. He's a very good driver. We've seen him in the Clockwork Series. We've seen him in VRR. He is a high-quality operator, just like his teammate Caliber, and he has 5.5 seconds by the end of the straight to make up on THG, the Humble Guys' Sonam, and if he's gonna do it, he's got about 11 laps to do. He's got 12 laps to do it in. He's gonna have to throw everything at it. He needs something in the region of 0.4 of a second per lap to get it done. And well, good luck to him. We are going to have fun watching that. And now we have a quick look here at the Sports Car Worldwide team. Donati F1 in 5th place, having a banger. He set his PB on the second last lap, and he missed out on beating it by another 7,000. He's a 10th up on himself this lap. It's happy hour in the Sports Car Worldwide team. This is the part of the race you love when you're having a good race. You've got a car that you've finally worked out how to drive. You've been in the seat for 2.5 hours. The speed's coming. You're not even trying, and you're setting your personal best. So when you do start trying, you start smashing your personal best. You're loving it. The car's flowing. Everything's working. When it's a bad race, you hate this part of the race because you know it's just not over yet. But when you hit that flow, when you hit that rhythm, this is happy hour. This is when you just start making pace you didn't know you had. And that's why he is now a full minute clear of THG Academy and THG Kevin, who has had a race-long fight with his compatriot in the Speedstars 269 with THG Mike, who is now 9 seconds behind him. They were fighting early on. He didn't have the fuel economy to run the strategy. He had to sit behind THG Mike and fuel save in his draft. Then after doing that, they fought again. The battles refused to end, and finally Kevin was able to break Mike's slipstream and pull away. Now Mike, 9.5 seconds down, unable to respond, only 11 seconds ahead of the Cathal Whitlock Esports number 2 with KWE Mountain King. He's got the gap down to 11.5 seconds. He's been there or thereabouts all race long, but in the last couple of stints, his consistency, his fuel economy, his tyre wear have all synchronized to produce incredible stints that refuse to move out of the 217s. So he will be looking to try and close that gap, because even if he can't catch Mike, any time he takes out of Mike, this time his teammate will be closer to Mike in the next stint. 30 seconds back on that is Groot, who has 1407 for the WEC fans forums. He has driven a very consistent race. The fuel economy has been good, but he hasn't been able to take it to an extra level. The guys on the 36-minute strategy, on the same strategy he wasn't able to get to 45 minutes, but he tried, meaning he's had a particularly short final stint, particularly short middle stint there to pan out his race strategy. So he's got really good tyres, he's got 3/4 of a tank of fuel, which is far too much for how much time is left in this race, but it means he does not need to stop again, and he will be not very far behind the second Cathal Whitlock esports team for when his teammate jumps in for the second stint. And at the very back, still plugging along, still making the strategy work in the correct way, is Simo469. He hasn't made many mistakes. The consistency he's put in, doing 2-minute 20 lap times, he has not strayed from his pace. He's continued to put in the lap times. He may not have the ultimate pace, but his consistency is incredible for a driver making the pace that he's making. Normally you see guys who aren't quick struggle to pick up their pace. They're all over the place on their consistency. But Simo's ability here is that he keeps doing the same lap times, even though they aren't quick. They are exactly the same sort of pace. He doesn't vary his pace very wildly, and that's a really hard trait to find in a driver, is that consistency to keep doing the same lap times. If you look in sport mode, for example, you'll see guys who go really quick, really slow, really quick, really slow. They can't keep doing the same lap times, lap after lap after lap. Only the guys at the top do that. So it's a really impressive dig to see him continuing on, not making mistakes, keeping the same pace up, and not degrading too aggressively as those stints go on. He's getting blue flags now, but they're still a long way away from being lapped by the leaders, as we see that the Cathal Whitlock esports team number 1 with a new personal best, a 2:14.311. That would have almost got him the fastest lap in the first stint last year, but unfortunately it's not quite enough, and with Caliber's 2:14.008, the fastest lap of the race, he's not getting it today. Randy Moore, the tyre wear just starting to look worse. I suspect that it's not just that one lap they've done at KWE. I think Dodo has improved his technique out of the first stint. In the first stint, Randy Moore had better tyre wear than Dodo. In this stint, Dodo has got better tyre wear than Randy Moore. He has found our way to drive smoother, and by driving smoother, he's driven faster. That gap between these two was sitting at about 5 seconds for a lot of this race, and I think in the last 3 or 4 stints, Dodo has found a way to just relax and allow the car to flow, and has made a lot of lap time by simply not pushing the car, and is allowing him to extend his tyre quality, which means he's doing faster laps for longer. And that's given him a massive 26 lead that he has eked out seemingly without noticing. Granted, Randy Moore had that spin, but that was only 3 seconds. So it has been entirely off the back of consistent smooth driving that he's been able to improve his pace and his consistency and longevity. Now we'll look at Sonam. The gap is 3.4 to Splash. I said we'd come back to this one, and I didn't want to stay too long on it. So Splash, he's got much better tyres as a result of that later stop. Here we go. 3.2 seconds. 18 minutes to go. He's done 14.7 and 14.7. It's a new PB for him on the last lap. Have a quick look at Sonam. Sonam's done 15.0 and 15.3. He's losing 3 to 6/10 a lap. Oh, excuse me. And only 2,000ths down on himself. So gaining at 3 or 6/10 lap in 3/10 lap, he needs a full 8 laps if he wants to try and get in the slipstream. Good news, there's 17 minutes. He would almost get there. But if it's 6/10, he'll be there in 3 laps. So this is going to be the grandstand finish we're looking for in Stint 1. Reminder, we still have Stint 2 starting almost immediately after this stint ends, as the winners have to cross the line before the second stint can begin. Reminder for drivers in the second stint to please join that lobby early so the grids can be set, because by the looks of things, we're going to see the Humble guys and Aquapacks dicing to the flag here, and that could need to change right at the last moment. So it'll be good for the organisers if they didn't have to try and change anything else by late entrants showing up. He's up a tenth and the 1 3/4 tenths on himself. If Splash can nail the final corner, he's doing a 2:14.60, potentially a 2:14.5, which will be his personal best. It's as quick as Randy Moore. It's probably quicker, sorry, it's quicker than Randy Moore. It'll be almost as quick as Dodo. Splash has come alive at the end of this race. If only he'd been this quick since the start, he'd probably be up there with Randy Moore fighting for second place. Interesting, he doesn't take the narrow line like Caliber, where he carries speed through the first one. He focuses on getting it back to the right to then straighten up, and it's a 6:05. He lost a tiny bit of time in there, and as a result, sets a new personal best of a 2:14.605. The gap's 2.2 seconds. It's come down another 6/10. I'm certain of it. Oh, it's come down huge amounts. 15.8 for Sonam. He made a mistake. The pressure's getting to him. It's now 1.2 seconds less than it was. The gap is 2.2. Remember, the Corvette is quicker in the straight line. If he gets into slipstreaming distance, say 5 or 6/10 behind out of the source, he will pass the AMG of the Humble guys up to the Lake Coombs on the Camel Straight. Down to 2.0. Sector 1, he's up another 200ths on himself. It was a better run this lap. Now it's down under 2 seconds. But Sonam quicker through Lake Coombe. Is he quicker through Malmedy? No, Splash is quicker. Splash is gaining. Sonam knows it. The pressure's getting to him. Splash is just a little bit quicker on the way in, but loses a bit on the way out. Sorry, in the middle, and then gains a bit on the way in. So they're taking very subtly different lines to gain time and lose time and gain time again. It's down 2 seconds again. All right, who on? Who's quicker through the high-speed corners? Bit of understeer for Splash. Doesn't use all the road. It's safe. Safe is smart at this point because he knows he's quicker. Gains a little bit. Gains more than I expected. Ooh, uses the curb. That'll cost him. He'll run wide in the middle. Notice how he turned more steering there and the car turned less at that moment. He's just understeering, pushing too hard. He needs to not crank the extra lock on in the middle of the corner because it's actually costing him rotation. Back out to almost 2. Better run though. Hugely better run. Stays flat. He's going to get a monster gain here. He gained a 10th basically in Stavilo alone. He's going to get another 2 before bus stop. Down to 1.7. It'll be 1.6 in bus stop. Oh no! Kevin's in! He's got to have damage, yes! Oh no! That's terrible for him. That's great news for the Speed Stars in THG Mike and the Cathal Whitlake Esports number 2 for Mountain King. They both profit a position in 6 and 7. And Kevin, with just 14 minutes remaining, has made a mistake, got damage, and unfortunately thrown away P6. But we'll have to go back to Splash to keep an eye on this fight for the end of the podium. Using all the curb, it's now down to under 1.3, it's 1.2. He'll be on him next lap. It was at 2:14.7 that time around. .1 at the first sector. I can't see Sonam hanging on, but he's going to have to try. There's still 12 and a half minutes remaining. That's at least 6 laps. We've also got lap traffic to deal with here, so that could play into either Sonam or Splash's hands. Oh, too much lock, too much lock. Oh, he realised he'd done it and backed out of it. But he still gained time. Sonam getting a bit of slipstream here, but now he'll have dirty air in the middle of Piff Path. Oh, this has not gone well for Sonam. It can only go well for Splash with the WEC Fanforum car of, I believe that's Simo. And he's tried to get out of the way there, but it's too late. And contact! Oh, wow. Splash committed to the exit. Did not realise Simo was still going to be there. They end up making contact. He loses time, but importantly, no damage to Splash, and I don't think any damage to Simo. Simo will be a bit shocked to have had Splash arrive in his door, but we're okay. We got away with it. It's now 1 second, and he's going to break a little bit later here in bus stop. He'll make up another 10th again like he did the lap before. Sonam gets good exits though. Oh, ran a little bit wide. He's not quite... Got away with it. Got away with it. 1 second. There's a 2:15.2 with that interruption. Stint 2 will be also at Spa. I believe THG TSO40 is hosting that one, and commentary will be provided by the race organizer and host for Stint 1, THG Tom, here on the WTRC web YouTube channel. It'll just be a different stream. He will fire up his broadcast when he hops over, and I will have to end this one. But Sonam still 1 second ahead. That last lap cost him. Come on now, Adam. You can't be that sarcastic because you have to drive in a moment. But no, the World Tour Racing Club will host the second Stint live stream. And it will just be a different different stream title. It will be Stint 2 for World Tour Racing Club 12 Hours of Spa Edition 2 Stint 2. And so stay on this channel. You'll have to probably refresh the channel page for when the live stream goes live. There will be a slight delay on the stream going up, I think, with Tom hosting this lobby, meaning this lobby has to finish completely before he can join the other lobby. So we'll miss maybe the opening lap or so on the stream, just because the commentary host is in fact this stream's host. Now, interestingly, Splash, he's worked the tyres really, really hard, and he's starting to miss apexes. The deg is starting to affect him, and his advantage over Sonam is reduced because he's trying too hard. So because he's pushing extra hard in the corners, he's steering extra hard, he's scrubbing the tyres and not actually making the speed. So his advantage has suddenly disappeared. Sonam, I suspect, was actually saving tyres while Splash was catching up, and now that he's there, Sonam is no longer saving tyres. He's going flat out. There is less than 10 minutes remaining. 4 laps to go for these guys, and the gap is 1 second. I thought Sonam would have been caught by now, but it's still 1 second. He's still keeping the gap more than 1 second. Splash is tilted, boys. He needs to just regroup. He's got time, and he should know that. It's another 15.3. He's suddenly lost 0.6 of a second. It was a slightly cleaner exit though, and he has now got the gap just down to under 1 second when they got the top of the hill. The straight line advantage of the Corvette will mean that he ends up 9/10 down at the end of the first sector. You're fighting to stay awake, Buck. That's a crazy choice, because this action on track should be enough to keep you awake, as it's now 8.5 tenths behind Splash. So between Splash and Sonam. Splash just needs to chill. Someone in the Aquapax team, just get on the radio to him. Tell him to steer less in the middle of the corners. Oh, 7 tenths. It's in the slipstream, and we've got traffic. Oh, that'll be the 7th place, Cathal Whitlake Esports number 2 of Mountain King. And that could play in more traffic. Sonam was unlucky the first time, but not too unlucky in the end, because Splash ended up making contact with the lap car. But it's 6/10. Splash just needs to stay here. Don't do anything crazy. Remember the dirty air. If he goes in deep, he'll go wide and he'll end up losing the slipstream advantage. It's now 4.5 tenths. He must have done enough. Don't run wide here. Just stay safe. You've got plenty of room. Just chill there, Splash. Just chill. He does so. He doesn't go deep. He doesn't make too big a mistake. Loses a little bit of time, but that's fine. It's 5 tenths. He's in the slipstream. Here we go with 7 minutes remaining. It's looking good for Aquapax. He's got the run. He's gaining, but Blanchimont stands in the way. If Sonam is in the right spot, Blanchimont could stop the overrun. He's there. Will Sonam block? Oh, they've made a little bit of front to nose contact, and Sonam goes to the inside, takes the defensive line. Here we go, though. Splash tries to set up the switchback, but it doesn't matter. Oh, he's too close. Almost hits him. He actually needs to give back a bit of speed. He's Sonam pulling across the right in defense. Interesting choice, but Splash needs to just give up a bit of ground so he can actually get the run here because he's too close. Tries to get the crisscross, bit of a wobble, almost a bit of contact, and now he's trying to fake Sonam out. He's staying out of the slipstream, but he needs to give up more speed than this. He's too close. He's not going to have the overspeed. He's going to have to go around the outside at Lacoon. Understeer, had to lift. Bit of maybe nose to rear contact. He has to now get back in the slipstream. He tried to pull out. Sonam leaves the inside open. That's a mistake. And now he's trying to close it down, but it's too late, mate. What are you doing? Splash has got the inside line, and that's it. It's over. Wow, rookie mistake from Sonam not to take the inside, but he's got sideways. Big slide in the middle of Leiku. It's not quite over, but that really should not have been an overtake for Splash. Sonam should have been parked on the inside of the road there, making it impossible for Splash to get up the inside, forcing him to go the long way around and potentially crash himself out trying something silly. But it's not over. He's not pulled away just yet. Sonam is glued to the back of Splash. He's mad at his mistake. It's now a 10th between them. He won't go a crazy dive in Poo-on, but he might make you think he is. Oh, he turned in early to try and make sure he made it, but he's still within slipstream. He lost a little bit of ground, but it's still 4/10. Might be 5/10. He's going to have to do a really clean piff-paff. And he runs wide in the dirty air, but so does Splash. I'll actually jump back to his car. We'll go on the roof cam, it's 4/10. However, the cover with like eSport number 2 will give Splash some slipstream. This is actually going to mess with the fight unexpectedly. He had to lift there with the dirty air. It's 3/10, but Splash is going to pull away from him because he's going to get his own slipstream. Alrighty. But he's losing. Splash is losing ground. Sonam's gaining. Sonam is still gaining. It's not done. Will the Mountain King jump out the way? They all break at roughly the same spot. And now it's dirty air. Now it's getting in the way for Splash. This isn't helping him. He's going to have to jump out the way here. But Sonam is going to be close enough to get the slipstream. Splash taking the slipstream himself. Oh, is Mountain King going to break or not? There he is. All right. It's now a clean fight. Just 4 minutes 30 remaining. 2 laps. A big wobble from Splash. The tyre wear's hurting him. And now Sonam is in the slipstream. He's got a small gain. He just needs to stay here. Stay flat out. He will be okay to get through Eau Rouge without lifting. He just needs to stay flat. Stay flat. Stay flat. Make sure to get to the inside. And Splash moves over to the left. I'm not sure if that was a slide or not, but with the overspeed, Sonam is ahead. However, it's few thousandths of a second. He's going to have to still outbrake him. It's not done yet. He's up 4/10 on his PB, and he's through. Splash leaving the inside line open, ends up behind again. Someone's reporting engine damage, but we'll have to check that one out in a minute. But he's got a better line. Oh, this is crazy stuff. 3 minutes 30 to go. Coming down towards Poo-on. All right, Splash knows what the game plan is now. He knows where he has the advantage. He knows he can't just pull away. Oh! He can't just pull away if Sonam's still in the slipstream. Sonam almost dumping it at Poo-on there, trying to go as fast as he can. But it's no use. Now that he's in the slipstream, he's not going to go away. You have to break him early on. And now that he's here, you may as well. If you're Sonam, you may actually as well give him the position now on the way into bus stop so that you can slipstream and be ahead. Oh, Splash runs wide. Oh, just about makes the green stuff. Now, if you're Sonam, either you block him in Blanchimont or you let him through now so that he is ahead and you can slipstream back past him. And Sonam, no, Splash is too clever for that. He lifts off and makes sure Sonam is ahead. He wants to overtake him and then lead in Sector 2. But Sonam now blocks. Sonam's decided that this is the only way he's going to get this done. He has to now make sure Splash can't get a run. He has to stay to the right after Radion. This is going to be the final lap. No, it's not. These guys will get 2 more laps. They will get an extra lap with 3 seconds to go. This is going to change the outcome because it's not the final lap. Sonam must have realised it because I was too busy shouting my head off, not realising what was going on with the fight. So here we go. Splash again, trying to stay out of the slipstream to build the run. He's in a better position this time, but he's still too close, I think, because he's going to end up making contact, and he has to lift. It doesn't quite cost him enough of the run. Sonam has to try and tuck into some side draft, but he's not going to get it. Unfortunately, if he pulls back out, though, he might have a dive, and he will. And not enough. Splash is able to do it, so it's up to Sonam now. Can he stay in slipstreaming distance? No, he's not, because he's tried too hard to get back across. Touches the grass, big slide, and it's done. Splash wins the battle. Aquapax Racing will finish third unless Splash makes another mistake. Sonam just trying too hard to get out to the left to make a clean run through Malmedy in order to stay with Splash, just trying too hard. So we'll have a quick look at the lead here. With 1 lap remaining for the Cathal Whitlock Esports number 1. They have just over a lap of fuel, and they have a 30-second lead over GTSV Randy Moore, who is low on fuel. That's a red flashing light, boys and girls. That might change the eventual outcome. Keep an eye on that, because he might not have considered he has to do the extra lap. We'll have to make sure. I suspect we'll hear some fuel saving. That's a short shift. That's another short shift. Splash and Sonam are still in this fight. Splash 1 seconds now ahead of Sonam. He hasn't done enough. We've got Donati 37 seconds back. A full 1 minute and 30 ahead of Mike in the 269 car. He's 11.5 seconds ahead of Mountain King, who is still 21 seconds ahead of Kevin, who unfortunately had that mistake earlier on. But he is going to be finished this lap out. Oh, another big wobble, but that extra damage pit stop allows him to do a 2:15.3, which is a PB for him. And it appears that Mountain King sneaks across for an extra lap. That's important, because he can still take position off the guys ahead. He can still take lap time off them. He needs to stay on. There is no calm final lap. You need to push, push, push. As we see, I think that's Simo up ahead. And Simo will finish his stint, as well as Kevin. And now Groot will also finish his stint in P9. So that is THG Academy in 8th, WEC Fans Forum in 9th, and WECFF in 10th. We go back to the leaders. And Donati also comes through in 5th. Apologies there to Donati and the Sports Car Worldwide team. So we go back to KWE Dodo. He is 30 seconds clear, and he has won the first stint of the 12 Hours of Spa Edition 2 by World Tour Racing Club. We go back to Randy Moore. He's on fumes. He's pulled 6th gear nice and early. Will he run out of fuel? I don't know, and I don't think so. Oh, that looks out to me. There's nothing left in the bar. He's got to run out. I don't think Belkin was driving. That scared me there. How has he not run out of fuel? There it is. It's out of fuel. And he loses maybe 2 seconds for having run out of fuel. We see Splash fighting away. He's got 2.5 seconds in hand. Mike unable to catch up. Sorry, Sonam unable to catch up. Apologies. And we see Mike is ahead of them, I believe, in... Oh. Yep, it's THG Mike, and then... Okay, so it's Mike, Splash, Mountain King, and... Sorry, Mike, Splash, Sonam, and then Mountain King, in that order. We will see 6th place, THG Mike, come across here to finish his stint for the Speedstars, having fought off his THG Academy Junior in THG Kevin, and he takes 6th place at the flag. Splash takes a podium for Aquapax Racing. Sonam finishes 4th with the THG Humble Guys, and KW Mountain King for the Cathal Whitlock Esports number 2. We have finished stint 1, and please go across to the other stream for stint 2, hosted by THG Tom here on the World Tour Racing Club YouTube channel. Wow, congratulations to Cathal Whitlock Esports number 1, taking the win. Race results. And GTSV, the Belgian racing team, taking 2nd. The STM Splash for Aquapax Racing in P3 at the end of Stint 1. That is the end of the first 3 hours of the 12 Hours of Spa. Thank you all very much for joining us. And, well, please enjoy the remaining 9 hours of the race. Fastest lap by Caliber for the leading AXR car. Pole position for them. An unfortunate disconnection, but we have successfully completed the first stint. These guys will all be back for Stint 3, hopefully, assuming there are no more dramas. Stint 2 should be underway right now, so please take the link from THG Tom. Save your replays, gentlemen. If you need to talk about anything with the stewards, save your replays, and we will get the stream up and running for Stint 2 very shortly. Currently underway in the second lobby.